Yeah, so we're gonna get right into it, because I want to get through a decent chunk today. Because I am hungry for actual answers. Because I keep getting none. Okay. Actually, I'll turn that down just a tad on my end, so I'm not yelling over myself. Or yelling over the music. Alright. Fuck is up. Something on this tray. Empty capsule. Looks like a bowl. There isn't anything in it. Do you think we're supposed to stick this metal part into something? If I didn't know any better, that was like a fake eyeball. Seed. Cylinder full of seeds. They're thin and don't have any markings. What's this thing? Who knows? Yeah, same. How do we rotate around this room, I wonder? Oh, okay, so it's kind of like, the other place where it's like... Oh, hello. A cylinder full of seeds. They're round. One half is coloured and the other isn't. Is this a microscope? I tried looking into the eyepiece, but it's pitch black in there. Well, there are these 4 holes on top of it. Maybe we need to stick something in them? Touché. Seeds. What in the fuck is going on here? Alright. Oh, there's another one. Some full seeds. They're thin and have stripes. A binder. There's some paper inside it. It says DNA extraction instructions. Found DNA. Okay. Oh my god. Reading. DNA extraction instructions. Proceed through the following steps to extract DNA from a officially on terminal leave. Nice. To extract DNA from plants' roots and seeds. Place plant material in designated blender and activate blender. Once the material has been thoroughly broken down, add in a solution of saline water. Liquid will be filtered and dripped down into a beaker. Once it has done so, pour the ethanol into the beaker. DNA will collect at the bottom of the beaker. Use an empty capsule to collect it. Okay, I guess that's what the empty capsules are for. The question is, what DNA are we looking for exactly? Salt full of seeds, they're round and striped. Saline solution. Frog. Frog. Cylinder, contents of frog. Oh, there's also a thing down here. Roots. Okay. Kidney-made. Stop. Okay. Ooh, hold on. There's a thing over there. I see you. Cylinder full of seeds. They're round and don't have any markings. Okay. Maybe these things have something to do with something? A binder. Some paper inside. Excuse me. Too sleepy to be contained. I hear that. Lets me see that. Oops. It says steps for dissecting a frog. Okay. A binder. Looks like there's 2 pieces of paper in here. Yeah, let's see here. Hydroponics research 1, 2. Oh my god. Got a lot of fucking reading to do. Preparation of hydroponic fluid and seeds. Preparation 1. Prepare the 5 different hydroponic fluids. Dilute with ratio 1 part fluid, 10 parts water. Each fluid has a distinct color. Preparation 2. Prepare the 5 types of plant seeds. 2 long seeds, 3 round seeds. Yep. Research has shown that there is a distinct and repeatable relationship between the fluid used and the type of seed. These relationships can be categorized in the following manner. Long seeds failed to germinate in 3 of the fluids. Round seeds in fluid B, yellow, and fluid D, cyan, failed to germinate. None of the marked seeds germinated if put in fluid C. Non-marked seeds failed to germinate in fluid A or fluid B. When the striped seeds were put into fluid D and fluid E, only one of them failed to germinate. Oh, okay. Steps for dissecting a frog. Remove the specimen from its preserving ethanol. Dispose of the ethanol by pouring it down the drain in the fume cupboard. The ethanol will be filtered and gathered in the liquid waste tank beneath the cupboard. Begin dissecting using provided scalpel. Be sure to conduct your dissection inside of the fume cupboard. Okay, so we can... probably here. There's a scalpel. There's a lion. It's a scalpel? It's a scalper. What? Sorry, it's a scalpel. Oh no. Wow, words. Clover bimbo moments. Thank you. Sorry, I was thinking of the word bimbo and I couldn't. Huh? Why'd they put a speaker here? That's a drain. What is wrong with you? Sigma, be nice. A, hydroponics. Oh, I see. You've got the frog there. Planning to take it out, I assume. You should probably pour the ethanol down the drain first. Okay. We'll just pour the froggy ethanol into the drain. I clicked on it with the frog. What? Set the frog over here. Bimbification of your favorite characters. That implies that Clover wasn't a bimbo at some point. This tank collects liquid waste. The ethanol I poured down the ethanol I poured down the drain should be in here. It's a little big, but I have a feeling we should take it. Liquid waste tank. Nice. Alright, Mr. Frog. I'm sorry. Sigma? What are you gonna do with the scalpel? Are you gonna cut Lord Hoppington open? Well, I don't really have a choice, do I? But, Lord Hoppington, what are you freaking out about? It's dead. It's not the point. It's still sad. Yeah, it is kind of sad. Oh, for the love of... This frog is dead. It is an ex-frog. No, it's still a frog. It's just a dead frog. God, Dio, you're really bad at this. She transitioned from airhead to full bimbo. I suppose. Fine. I'll do it. Hey! Well, I guess that saves me the trouble. Huh? Something came out of his stomach. A blue capsule? Okay. Small blue capsule. Half of it is blue. It has some sort of metal protrusion. Okay. Interesting. Alright, what does everyone have to say about this fucking contraption? Look at all these pipes. I think they run down to the beakers underneath. There are handles where the pipes meet. If you turn the handle right, the liquid goes right. If you turn it left, the liquid goes left. So maybe if you put it in the middle, half goes to the left, half goes to the right? What is this liquid then? Probably water. What do the numbers mean? Are they supposed to indicate the amount of water that flows out of each pipe? There aren't there aren't any units, but it looks like 80 somethings of water come out of the center pipe. And then each pipe after the split gets 40. So we're supposed to regulate the flow of water with the handles so that each beaker gets the correct amount. Yeah. How do we get the water to come out in the first place, though? I think you probably just pull that lever over there on the right. Like this. After turning the correct levers, pull down on the lever on the right to pour water into the beakers. Okay, let's give it a shot. But I don't even know what... I don't think I even know what amount I need to be putting into any of these. It's like, let's do this. So 40 goes down here, 20 goes down here. So that's 23. Then 20 comes down here. Split that there. So 40 goes this way, 40 goes that way. We can split those there. Okay. Clearly, the goal of this is eluding me so far, so... Damn, this is tough. Okay. How about this? Microscope, apparently. There's circular holes on the top that fit capsules we found. Oh, okay, so... Probably need to... Microscope, apparently. Okay. So I need to put some stuff into the capsules. Strange machine. You don't know what it does, so it's probably best to leave it alone for now. No. Okay. So we've got a few things. Like, clearly the roots are part of it. So I know, for example, that we had... Yeah, the roots here. What's this thing? The thing on the top looks like some sort of industrial strength lid. If you open it up, it looks like a blender or something. Oh, I should turn the heater off. Might have to go to a thing in an hour. There's flyers all over my building for a mandatory GI party. I have no idea what that is. Huh. Interesting. But I mean, that's all good. You do you. I mean, it kind of sucks you won't be around, but, you know, mandatory is. If you open it up, it looks like a blender or something. I don't think you'd use it for cooking, though. Maybe it's for scientific experimentation? We are in a lab. Yeah, you could probably pulverize just about anything with something this heavy duty. Okay, time to throw this root in the mixer. Alright, done. Now what was the next step? Designated blender. Once the material has been thoroughly broken down, add in a solution of saline water. Okay. So I need... Oh, shit. Where's the water? What's this? Alright, we'll just pour the saline solution in here. There's a funnel above the beaker. Filtered liquid comes out of it, eventually. Okay, looking good. Then it was... The liquid will be filtered and dripped down into a beaker. Once it has done so, pour the ethanol into the beaker. Oh, okay. So then we want the waste... liquid waste thing. Yeah. Alright, next I need to pour the ethanol into the beaker. should do it. Yep, and then we grab one of these and do that. Alright, I'm gonna dip the protrusion on this capsule into the stuff in the beaker. Awesome! You got it all! Cool. Alright. That's that. What was the other one? Prepare the 5 different hydroponic fluids, dilute with ratio 1 part, 10 part. Each fluid has a distinct color. Prepare the 5 types of plant seeds. Research has shown that there is a distinct, repeatable relationship between the fluid used and the type of seed. These relationships can be characterized into the following manner. Long seeds fail to germinate in 3. Round seeds don't go in yellow and cyan. Marked seeds don't go in green. Non-marked seeds don't go in red or yellow. The striped seeds, or one of the striped seeds does not go into cyan or blue. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do get 5. Okay. You know that hydroponics research thing we just found? I think it said something about preparing different hydroponic fluids and how they each had a different color. Do you think it was talking about these? Yeah, it sure was. Okay. I'm gonna try and weasel out of it since I'm on terminal leave. Yeah, that's fair. I reckon you could probably get out of that. That seems at least like somewhat reasonable. But it's time to pull out Notepad because I need to start taking notes. I'm gonna put you down here because we're gonna be reading, what's it called? The archive. Okay. So, I'm presuming that I need to put the seeds into the correct liquids. That seems to track, right? So, long does not equal 3 of the fluids. Round does not equal cyan. Marked does not equal green. Smooth, I'm gonna say. Does not equal red or red or yellow. Striped. Oh, one of striped does not equal cyan or blue. Okay. So then the seeds I have are... Hang on a second, I'm going to make this just a tad bigger. So the seeds I have are... smooth round. Smooth round. Striped round. Yeah, okay, there's enough room. Good. Striped long. marked round, and then smooth long. Okay, so that's the information we have. Some of the full seeds, they're round, one half is colored, the other half isn't. So the round ones can't go in. Let's start with each one. So we got smooth round. Can we figure out where that goes? So smooth can't go in red or yellow. Smooth can't go. Oh, round can't go in yellow or cyan. So it's either. I wish this wasn't in the fucking way. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay, good. So smooth and round is either green or blue. Striped round. So it can't go in yellow or cyan again. It can't go in green. And one of the striped ones can't go in cyan or blue either. However, that would exclude this from all of them. So this must be cyan or blue. This must be one of those that breaks that rule, so that's fine. Striped long. Yeah, we don't know much about long. We know that striped, or one of the striped, can't go in cyan or blue. And we know that long can't go in 3 of them. So that's like literally the most vague one. So I don't know if that's going to help. Marked round can't go in yellow or cyan or green, which means that has to be red or red or blue. And it looks like we've already got it looks like a lot of these are actually fighting for blue, so which is interesting. Smooth and long. Can't be red or yellow. Fuck. Yeah, 3 of the like 2 of the clues being like, oh, one of them can't go in basically anything, and one of them is just an odd one out is kind of weird. I'm gonna reread those notes though, just to make sure like I didn't miss something. The long seeds failed to germinate in 3 of the fluids. Round seeds in fluid B. Round seeds in yellow and cyan failed. None of the marked seeds, all of the marked seeds failed in green. The non-marked, or the smooth seeds, failed in red and yellow. And one of the striped seeds failed in cyan and blue. So striped round. Rounded don't have any markings. They're rounded striped. They're thin and have stripes. They're round, one half is coloured, the other isn't, so that's just marked. cylinder full of seeds. They're thin and don't have any markings. Yeah. Which I'm presuming is long within what we've been reading. So... yeah, like, the unfortunate thing is that... like, long and striped seeds are the most vague. So any round marked or round smooth seeds are like the most solid we can work with. Striped round. Like... well, actually, hang on. So, if... so, for striped round, for example, it can't be yellow or cyan, and it can't be... or it can't be green either. Oh, wait. I think I fucked this line up. It's not cyan or blue. It's something else. It's not yellow... if it's not yellow or cyan... so it's round and marked and striped. So it can't be yellow or cyan or green. So it has to be blue or red. Right? Now, striped and long is just the most vague. Now, it turns out that marked and round... it turns out that marked and round also clashes with striped and round. Just because striped, again, only gives us a vague thing, so they're basically the same in terms of our concrete information. So, let's assume striped and round is one of the ones that breaks the striped rule. So that would be blue. That would be red. Smooth would have to be green. And then there's yellow and cyan left. Smooth and long can't be yellow, so this would have to be cyan, which means this would be yellow. Okay, we can test that at the very least. Give that a shot. So, smooth and round. We're going to put you in green. Stuff in these 5 beakers appears to be undiluted hydroponic fluid. Apparently I need to dilute it with water. Oh. Okay. Where's my saline? Oh, right. Oh, okay. I probably need to even out all of this, then. Oh, no, wait a minute. No. Sorry. I'm dumb. I'm forgetting a step here. 1 part fluid, 10 parts water. Okay, so I need, like, 30 in here, 30 in here, 20 in here, 50 in here, 30 in here. Every time the picture comes out, I picture you with the math meme. Yeah, like, literally. Actually, though. Okay, let's try this again, then. Because now I know what I'm looking for. Okay, so 20 comes down here, 20 comes down here, 10 goes down here, so that's 30. Good. Now I need 20 in here, because 10 is coming down here. So, we half and then half. That should be 20. That should also be 20. Cool. So 40 is coming down here. So I only need 10 coming down this way. Which would be 20, 10, 20, 30. Is the solution really all of them down? Man, like, this is like one of those multiple choice questions that you can just look at the structure of it and guess the answer. Just like, okay, what if you just halved everything? It works. Okay. Sure. That's really funny to me. I'm sorry. Pour the green water into the beakers and all the lights are green. You did it. I sure did. Alright, now we get to the fun part. The beakers contain a liquid culture. Each seed requires a particular kind of culture. Place each seed in the appropriate beaker. Press the A button to grab a seed, then place it on top of another seed to switch them. Press the check button after you have put the seeds in the correct places. When each seed is in the correct culture, you will have completed this puzzle. I'm not sure what's going on, but here goes. Okay, and then we bring back out our notepad. So smooth and round goes in green. Striped and round goes in blue. Striped and long goes in yellow. Marked and round goes in red. Oh, yes. Too easy, baby. I shouldn't get cocky. The fucking crew quarters has humbled me in this game, so I'm gonna take whatever little victories I can get. You did it, Sigma. You've sown your seeds. Don't... God, Clover, don't say it like that. Oh my god. Don't say that. Huh? Why not? Just don't. Quiet, you two. Look at this. Let's wait for the file password first. Oh, a red capsule? It's a red capsule sitting in the hole. Cool. I've still got one empty capsule. Hang on. Sigma, come here. What's wrong? I can see something in here. What do you mean, something? Just look. It's easier than explaining. Okay. 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 Oh god. What the heck is this? Probably a simplified version of a DNA sequence. A is anodyne, G is guanine, I forget how to pronounce that. C is cytosine. Actually, I can literally Google that to find out the pronunciation.
Guanine.
Guanine. Okay. Adenine, guanine. Oh, adenine, guanine, cytosine. T is thymine. I think we can manipulate it. Yeah. Looks like the puzzle has to do with pairing these bases. Bases? Yeah. DNA is made out of 4 bases. A, G, C, and T. However, you can only bind A and T, or G and C. Anything else just won't work. These are called complementary base pairings. You sure know a lot about this stuff. I guess so. Anyway, you should be able to solve the puzzle now. Give it a shot. Reposition each row so that each A is connected to a T, each G is connected to a C. Press the A button to grab a row, then move it. Yeah, cool, okay. Fuck, I immediately forgot what the pairs were. DNA complementary base pairing. A and T, C and G, okay. Okay, so... Oh, ooh, okay, that's not what I thought that was gonna be. A and T, C and G. What? Hold on. What? Wait. What? What the fuck is going on? Oh, I'm sorry. It's these and then these. But... what? Why does it... Why? Oh my god, why? Okay, hold on. So, top row... You know... I may as well just, like... fucking play around with it until it... Yeah. That's a real... The fact that it... I mean... Okay. The fact that it shows me, like, when the pairings connect is a good thing, but it makes the puzzle kind of, like, a bit asinine, because you can just shuffle it around. Like, instead of actually looking at the letters, you can just look at the structure of the thing and be like, okay, I know the bottom row only moves by itself, so match everything else first, and then the last row is fine. Again, it's like one of those things where you can pick out the answer in a multiple choice just by looking at the structure. Yeah. Huh. Did it. Good job, Sigma. That was awesome. You want a treat? I'm not hungry. You're turkey. What the hell? Stop screwing off. We don't have time for that. Now get over here and look at this. Huh? There's something on it. Yep, that'll be the escape password. This is a safe password. Perfect. This is just what we need. Yeah. Now we can get in the safe. Oh, actually, you know what we didn't do? We didn't look at this. We didn't look at the golden file we got last time. Yeah. I think we got 2 of them? Maybe? No, only 1. Okay. That would make sense. We kind of got stopped before we could go any further. Which fucking... let's wait for the file password first. I think I already have an idea of the passwords. Okay. Well, you know, let me go first. Alright, so this was the golden file in the, Does it show us where we got it from? No. It was in the last puzzle room we did. I can look at the flow to figure it out, but... One of the drugs used by the nonary bracelets, and an extremely powerful anesthetic. It is the first drug injected when a participant breaks one of the rules. This drug also appeared in Virtue's Last Reward's sister title, 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors. It was created by Mr. H, who was the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals and appeared in 999. He developed it by extracting and purifying an alkaloid from a variety of mandrake. High usage can lead to some side effects, including severe memory loss. It can also be aerosolized and used as an anesthetic or knockout gas. Hold up a sec. I know in one of these there was a thing that was just H, if I remember correctly. Oh, Hongo. Yeah, okay, H, that matches up. Turbocurine. One of the drugs used by the nonary bracelets and an extremely powerful muscle relaxant. This is the second drug injected by the bracelets if a rule is broken. The turbocurine is injected 9 minutes after the sopril. It causes the respiratory muscles to cease functioning and the body perishes from lack of oxygen. Turbocurine is a component in some of the poisons used by indigenous populations in South America who tip their arrows with poison when hunting. It can be counteracted with a colonestry... I don't know what that is.
Cholinesterase.
Cholinesterase. Okay. A cholinesterase inhibitor, but it's not clear if the nonary game facility has any of this antidote available. Huh. So you could potentially counteract the rule breaking if you manage to get this within 9 minutes. Because there's 9 minutes, 9 minutes between the Soparel being injected and this being injected. Interesting. Acronym for the Automatic Diagnosis and Analysis Machine. This device uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose anyone put into it. It's similar to the MRI machines you might find in modern-day hospitals, only much smaller and much more efficient. An advanced computer built into the device can automatically diagnose most issues and ailments. If the subject of diagnosis is already deceased, the atom can perform a virtual autopsy to determine the cause of death. The Radical 6 newspaper clipping we've seen a million times. When an epidemic spreads beyond a certain area, it becomes a pandemic. Some historical pandemics include cholera, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, the Black Plague, and smallpox. Certain influenza outbreaks have also reached pandemic or near pandemic levels of infection. In Spain in 1918, an influenza outbreak was said to have caused 40 to 50 million deaths. A powerful virus whose worldwide spread is an integral part of this story. If you want to know what Radical and 6 mean, you'll just have to play the game to find out. Okay. A powerful syringe that uses easily swappable vials. I love how the information that's given in this game via the files sometimes is like, hey, here's a little bit of background on these things that have happened so far. Also, a summary of the thing you've seen before, just for reference. A little bit more, like, kind of, explanation of, like, some certain terms and that. A literal picture of a thing. Oh, but also, here's the entire section of dialogue that's gonna come up in 15 minutes. Like, it just varies so fucking much. Holy crap. Right. Oh, also, before I forget, so I actually went back and watched, the previous, my previous streams, because I was curious about two things, that I thought about after I streamed yesterday. First off, at the end of the last stream, at the end of the last ending, Sigma talked about how there couldn't be 10 people in the facility. I didn't watch all of my streams because it's like 19 hours of stuff so far. But I'm like 90% sure that was never mentioned in that timeline. Like, I don't think it ever came up. I could be wrong about that, but yeah. Also, when we first played through the game, the AB rooms were not shuffled. Which is why we never found the body. Because it was in the rightmost AB room. We don't know who went in the rightmost AB room, but presumably the body was in there the first time, and no one said anything. Potentially. So that's strange. Now, we have one more capsule to use. The question is, how do we get it? Actually, what's this? Rectangle hole. It's empty now. Was there something in... Oh, no, this was where the red capsule wasn't it? Forgot about that. What have we got left? We've got the ethanol, we've got the seeds, we've got the saline solution, and the capsule. Well, I guess there's a quick question here. can we shuffle any of these around? Is there another solution to the seeds, thing? Well, actually, I can confirm that really quick. Can I still interact with the lower part of this? The beakers. I don't want to mess with them anymore. Oh, okay. I think I can leave them alone now. Okay, so nothing to do with that. Cool. Can we still interact with this? So we use this thing to get DNA, right? I wonder if we could use it for on anything else. Well, we will if we have to, I guess. That's so vague. Why is every relationship always about the guy, what the guy wants, huh? God needs two, you know. I mean, I'm the kind of girl who's totally devoted to a man, but that's a two-way street. What the hell are you talking about? Do we have to blend the frog? Hey, buddy. Lord Hoppington, why? You left us too soon! Shut up! A frog. It's been cut open. I feel kind of bad for it. Okay. Pretty fancy tray. Is that a cat playing with a ball of yarn? Are you even looking at it? It's a lion. How are you not kitten that? What? Sorry. It's a sort of tick I picked up when I was a kid. Whenever I talk about cats, I kind of... Well, you heard. That's pretty weird. Sure is. Tray. There's an image of a lion engraved on it. Is there something in the room I haven't used yet? Maybe? This looks like something you might put specimens in. Maybe, but there's nothing in them right now. I think that's everything. Doesn't seem to be anything else in here that we can use. Some shelves. Don't think there's anything useful here. A mixer. I get the feeling this won't be the last time we meet. I mean... Are you going to use those seeds in the mixer? Yeah. You think I shouldn't? No, I just mean, don't you think you should put all of them in? You mean all 5 different types of seeds? Yeah. Interesting. Why not? Shove them all in there. Alright, done. Now we want the saline. Alright, I'll just pour the saline solution in here. It's funneled above the beaker, liquid comes out eventually. Yeah, here we go. Then we do the ethanol. Then it settles in the bottom. And then we get it. Awesome! You got it all. Hell yeah. And then we... put that in there. Oh, and we just get that now. Look! The screen changed. What's going on? Put in the yellow capsule, right? I think it reacted to that. Why? Dunno. But I was just thinking. Thinking what? Well, that thing we just put in had plant DNA in it, right? Maybe that caused this... Anyway, let's go have a look. Cool. Huh? It's different now. The shapes are in different places. Hooray, we did it. This is a safe, right? Yeah. Just like the one in the AB room I saw one in the infirmary too. We punch in the right password, it'll open up. At least it should. Alright. Archive. Oh, security. That was the room we were in. Right. That was the file I used. So, star, sun, star. did it! Hell yeah. Won't be reading you for a while. Archive. Star, sun, moon. There we go. Oh! Well, I guess we figured out where the Accelavir from the last couple of playthroughs came from. Or the first run through came from. It opened. Awesome! The suspense was killing me. Okay, what have we got here? First is a map. A map? It says floor B. One I found in the infirmary said floor A. So did the one from the so did the one from the lounge. Then that would make floor A the top floor, right? I mean, we rode the elevator down to get here. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, let's keep looking. There's a lot of stuff in here. These are cards. Key cards. Each one's got a picture of a moon on it. Then these have to be the cards the announcer was talking about. Looks like they gave us two, just like with the sun cards. I'm a solo, so I'll hang on to one. Cool. Sure, fine. Next up, we've got a notebook. Anything interesting? I can't read any of this. Are these even letters? What the heck is this? Isn't it a journal? It's got dates and stuff. Maybe, but I can't read any of this. What language is it? Who knows? Maybe it's Brazilian? They speak Portuguese in Brazil. Anyway, what else have we got here? Looks like two more things. Is that medicine? What's it say on the label? A-X-E-L-A-V-I-R. Axeliver? Axlever? Wait, didn't Luna say something about, Axelavir? You're right! This is it! This is Axelavir! It's the cure for Radical 6! Whoa, hold on. Let me see that. Later. We need to get out of here as quick as possible. Yeah, we need to get this stuff to Quark. First, we've got to get out of this room. Yeah, but that's easy. You've got it, right? I sure do. Yeah, let's go. It was on the left side, wasn't it? Whoa. Flew right past it. Lock for the door. Right now it says lock. You guys ready? Yeah, let's do it. Just get it over with. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, I got an achievement for that. Master of Escapology.
Hey, hold on a minute.
Escaped from 8 rooms in VLR. Nice. Huh?
There's something... Nah, I guess there's a couple of things I want to double check. Well, one of them's not really significant, I guess.
Huh?
First off, this machine.
There's been a lot of, like, elements in, like, especially the later puzzles you do, where it's just like, here's this thing. What does it do? I don't know, we couldn't solve it in the puzzle, so...
We didn't even end up using this thing, did we?
Yeah.
I was just wondering what it was.
Well, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to answer that. Look at the side here. There's a name or something. IG Replicator.
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
Oh, immunoglobin? Oh. This can duplicate the medicine. Which... Alright, time to see what this is all about. Is that in regard to your party thing, or? This is an answer. Well, this is the information we need to break the lock in the other path we were in.
Yeah. Probably copies IG, whatever that is.
Whatever the GI party is. Yeah, fingers crossed you can get out of it. Any ideas?
Who knows? Ice cream by the gallon?
No problem. If you're not back, have a good time. Enjoy yourself at the very least. Of course. This machine must be here so we can just make all the ice cream we want. Are you nuts? You're one idiotic girl, you know that. In other words, an IG.
Oh, good one.
Hey, this isn't the time for stupid jokes.
I like how she was just like, that was pretty good. You got me. Yeah.
There's a helpless child back there in the infirmary who needs our help.
He was right, of course. I have my head in shame.
At any rate, as long as we don't know what IG means, we can't do anything with this machine, right?
That's right.
Makes sense. On to the second issue. Sigma, you found a journal and some sort of vial in the safe, right?
Yeah.
The vial. Could you show it to me again?
Why?
I didn't really get a good look at it before.
I do not trust this.
You guys were in there so close I could barely see it.
I do not trust like this.
Was it really Excelavir?
Yeah, definitely. As I spoke, I pulled the vial out of my pocket. See? It's written right there on the label. Excelavir.
You really are an idiot.
Huh?
Although I guess in this case the G in IG stands for guy.
What? I don't... The words were barely out of my mouth when he moved. Fucking... Oh, Dio! Before I could blink, the vial disappeared from my hand. Hey, what gives?
What are you doing?
Dio slipped the vial quickly into his coat.
Oh, don't worry. I'll keep it safe. I'll even give it back to you later.
No, not later. Give it back now.
I don't think so. If you want it back, you're gonna have to listen to my request.
Request?
Yeah, that's what I said. If you want this back, in the next AB game, you have to choose ally.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. How about this? How about I tell everyone that you have a vial of Excelavir and you are trying to get me killed just so you can... Or you are trying to use that as blackmail to get points, which is also going to kill me. And then everyone in the group beats your ass. How about that? Ally? Wait, is that why you took the medicine? To blackmail me?
That's horrible! You're using Quark's life as leverage!
Well, I've got some really good reasons to do so. I'll be happy to give it back if you just do what I say.
I didn't realize until they started to hurt that I curled my hands into fists. Dio would only give me an opening.
I wouldn't try and take it back by force if I were you. You make any sudden moves and I'll smash it.
Patted his pocket gently.
Oh, and one more thing. Don't tell those other idiots that you found some Excelavir in here. I hear one word about it, and the next thing you hear will be little bits of glass shattering on the floor.
Damn it.
That's not fair!
This game isn't about compassion. It's not about being clever. It's about one thing. How well you can manipulate people to your advantage. How unfair you can be. So, what are you gonna do? Ready to promise me you'll pick ally?
Fine. I promise.
Sigma!
Ah, I knew you'd say it eventually. I'm glad you understand how this works. But don't think about trying anything funny. Break your promise and... well, you know what happens. See you chumps later. I'm really looking forward to the next round.
With one last self-satisfied chuckle, Dio strutted out of the room.
Are you really going to do what he says?
Yeah.
Sigma, you've only got one BP right now. If we choose ally and he chooses betray...
I know. I'll drop to -1, and that means I'll get penalized.
But that means...
Look, it's not like I want to, alright? If we don't do as he says, then he'll destroy the medicine. If he does that, then Quark will...
So you're going to die to save his life? That's... Why would you do that?
In all honesty, I was terrified. My choice was far from a foregone conclusion. Well, we should get back to the upper floor. Everybody else is probably finished already. I bet they're waiting for us. I didn't wait for Clover's response. Absolute reprehensible piece of shit. He got 3 points last round, right? So he is at 6.
An ambidex gate, 45...
Yeah.
Sorry. I went ahead and cracked it open a bit early.
Dio. In one of his hands was a moon key. He twirled it around like a veteran gambler, grinned and slid it back into his pocket.
You don't mind, right? I figured you and Clover would get up here right away. Besides, I thought it'd be best to get this done soon before you lose your nerve. I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to the next round.
Ugh. Glanced around the warehouse. Alice and Kay were back. As was Phi. And of course, Clover. Where are Tenmyoji and the rest of them?
They're in the infirmary.
We carried Quark to one of the beds. Tenmyoji and Luna are looking after him.
I see.
How's he doing?
Well, it's hard to say.
See, here's the dilemma I face, right? If we choose ally and believe Dio, well, just follow Dio's demand, and he betrays us, then Sigma dies, and the only other person that knows that the Accelevier exists is Clover. I do not think Dio is going to give that up after that round. There is no fucking way. The way he just acted, there is literally zero chance that, assuming he doesn't immediately leave through the 9 door, that he would just give it up. If I betray him, however, and, like, try and at least keep Sigma around to potentially fuck up Dio's plan, it just puts the Accelavir at risk. And if that is in fact the only thing, the only one in the entire facility, like, I could just head for an early ending and kill, and, like, ally, kind of meta it a little bit, which, you know, whatever, and then go down the other path.
He seems to be sleeping soundly, but beyond that, there's really no way to know.
No change then, huh?
Right.
So what was your room, Sigma?
A laboratory.
Is that so?
Did it look like the kind of place where they'd be researching viruses and DNA and those kinds of things?
Yeah, it did.
Was there any of that Accelavir?
Don't tell those other idiots that you found some Accelavir in here. I hear one word about it, and the next thing you hear will be little bits of glass shattering on the floor.
My eyes flicked to Dio for a moment. No, nothing. Beside me, Clover bit her lip.
I see.
So how'd it go with you? Find anything interesting? I only shook her head. With a unison of movement that almost looked choreographed, Alice and Kay shrugged.
Where does that leave us? We've still got about 40 minutes left until voting ends.
What are you gonna do?
I'm a little curious about that lab you found. I thought I might go take a peek at it.
I'll show you the way then.
That would be wonderful.
I think I'll go have a look at the room Alice Kay and Tenmyoji found. Never know. Maybe you missed something. Perhaps there's some Accelavir hidden somewhere in there.
God, what a bastard.
Then I shall take you there.
What about you two? Where are you going?
I'll... I think I'll start by heading over to the infirmary to see how Clark's doing.
Then I will too.
Glad that's settled.
She nodded to Clover, and they disappeared through the magenta door. Dio and Kay followed a few footsteps behind. Okay then. Guess we should be going too.
Hold on.
She knows.
Show me that journal first.
She knows.
Dio told me about it.
When?
You wouldn't tell me anything about the lab, except that you found a journal with, his words, some sort of bullshit language. You said you had it, so I was hoping I could take a look.
Yeah. One sec. I dug the journal out of my pocket and handed it to Phi. She began to flip through the pages, her eyes quickly scanning each one.
This is Latin.
Ah, Latin? You mean you can read it?
Yeah, with time and a dictionary.
So in other words, no.
Pardon me for not being able to translate a dead language on the fly. This looks like some kind of research log. It's not gonna be some sort of, I took the dog for a walk today.
Is Phi's voice actor the voice actor for, Igus?
It was nice, kind of stuff.
Like, the way she just kind of said that line very robotically, I was like, hold on a sec, that sounds really familiar.
I can understand a little of it, mostly conjunctions and things like that, but most of these words I've never even seen before.
Phi started to leaf through the book again as she spoke. Then suddenly she stopped.
Wait. I can read this one. Page 216. This isn't research notes. It looks like a personal entry.
What's it say?
Don't rush me. This is gonna take a minute. Interesting. All right, I think I got it. It looks like they're talking about Radical 6.
What? Why are they talking about that?
Not sure. Let me read it to you. Keep in mind I'm paraphrasing.
When the body is infected with Radical 6, the processing speed of the brain is reduced. Oh. If we assume the brain currently operates on a 1-to-1 basis with regards to time, Radical 6 reduces this to 1 to the square root of 1/6, or approximately 1 to 0.408. This means that for each second that passes outside, the patient feels that only 0.408 seconds have passed inside. Therefore, when 1 second has passed inside, approximately 2.45 seconds, or the square root of 6 seconds, have passed outside. In other words, when 10 seconds pass in the real world, a patient infected with Radical 6 would feel as if only 4 seconds had passed. This is why it was a building cleaning thing. That's not a party at all. What the fuck? This is why the virus has been termed Radical 6. Radical is another term for what is also known as the root operation. Oh, interesting. Function inverse to that, to the taking of a power. In a less mathematical sense, it can also be used to refer to something that is extreme or severe. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. The exact cause of this is unclear, and although there is as of yet no direct link between suicidal urges and the reduction in mental processing speed, many believe that they are not unrelated. Those infected with Radical 6 perceive the world to be moving at a fever pitch, as if it were a video cassette being fast-forwarded. For instance, although the patient believes that only 10 seconds have passed, in fact 24.5 seconds have passed. Given this increased speed of input, maintaining the ability to observe and reason would become a Herculean task. One theory holds that the disparity in time perception causes the brain to be flooded with massive amounts of information. Unable to keep up, it begins to fail. Whatever the cause, the infected invariably attempt to take their own lives, which is arguably the most terrifying aspect of this virus. Research suggests that a target antiviral could kill or at least disable Radical 6, but we have been unable to develop one. It seems our best hope now is to harvest antibodies from someone with a natural immunity to the virus. Thus far, however, we have been unable to locate a suitable subject, so I have continued my efforts to discover an alternative means of treatment. Given my current rate of progress, I predict that I will have a workable treatment within a decade or two. It is my fervent hope that humanity will be able to survive that long. The bodies of those dead from suicide are piled up along the roads leading into and out of town. The entire area reeks with the stench of decay, and the sky is filled with the constant buzzing of flies. At times their swarms are so thick that when one passes it feels as if a cloud has gone over the sun. Every day I see more crows, and rats are everywhere, feeding on the dead. Ironically, the only healthy-looking creatures are the stray cats, who have grown fat on a plentiful rodent diet. The few humans who've survived the outbreak have been locked away by the government in underground shelters. I don't know how many were saved, but I fear only a handful. Their survival is the only hope that remains for the human race. Oh Lord, please, let their future be a bright one. You can say that again, Sigma. The guy in charge of my floor let me slide out through... slide out, though, as long as I stay quiet in my room. Cool. Good. Whoa. That's a lot of information. Now we know what the virus does to you, though. If you get infected, your brain slows down by the root of 1/6. So that's, what, about 40%?
That isn't the important part. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide.
Yeah, you're right. That would explain why Quark was, well, trying to might kill himself.
There are two other things in here that worry me. First, the part about how they haven't managed to develop a treatment for it yet. What do you make of that?
What am I supposed to make of it? That maybe they just haven't found one when this journal was written? I mean, from what we know, there's a drug called Accelavir that cures it. Yeah, and you know how long they said that was gonna take? Decades. Like, oh my god, my hallway is full of 20-something dudes yelling shit at each other. Jesus.
Exactly. But in the journal it says it might take 20 years to make something like that.
Hold on a second. I'm getting confused. When was this thing even written?
December 29th. No year.
Well, there's no way it was written this year.
Yeah, probably not. Anyway, moving on. The second concern I have is about the underground shelters it mentions. The newspaper article said something about quarantining people too. After we read it, we all thought the same thing. What if this was one of those quarantine facilities? But this journal seems to suggest the opposite. The few humans who survived the outbreak have been locked away by the government in underground shelters.
You're trying to say that this place might be one of those underground shelters, which would mean we're all supposed to be uninfected. We would have been thrown in here to keep us safe.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way to say for sure at this point, but it seems possible.
But Quark's been infected, right?
Then maybe the virus got in somehow.
That would be bad.
Just think about it for a minute. If this is one of those shelters, a lot of things start to make sense. Maybe we've been here for a long time. Like, maybe they put us to sleep somehow. Made us sleep for years, maybe even decades. While we were sleeping, the pandemic that the newspaper article talked about happened. And whoever had this journal made this entry.
And then once the antiviral treatment was finished, they woke us up?
Right. It's all just speculation, but...
No, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it seems like a pretty plausible scenario, but we were all captured before the pandemic started, right?
Yeah.
And how would they have put us to sleep for that long? How would they have known to do that? But most importantly, why the hell are we playing the nonary game if the point of this place is to save us? Throwing a bunch of people into a game that might kill them is a pretty weird way to protect them from a pandemic.
Yeah, you're right.
See?
We don't have enough information to make any real conclusions. I think we should see if we can find anything else.
I had barely finished speaking before she took off for the magenta door. Hey, weren't you coming to the infirmary with me?
Changed my mind. You can tell me about Quark later.
And with that... she was gone. Man. I let out a long, tired sigh and started off toward the infirmary. You have a guess? As to what? How's he doing?
He seems to be stable, as far as I can tell.
Still sleeping.
I see. Mind if I have a look?
Please, go ahead.
I made my way around the partition to the side of Quark's bed. The journal and the thing Fire and I had talked about would definitely need to be addressed, but for the moment, the AB game was what I needed to concentrate on. Lives were at stake. Mine. And Quark's. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. If the journal was telling the truth, then as soon as the anesthetic wore off, Quark would go insane again. What if we weren't able to restrain him a second time? What if he managed to kill himself before we got to him? Or perhaps he'd just get out of the infirmary and go hide somewhere. On the other hand, it wasn't like we could keep anesthetizing him forever. There was only one way to save Quark, and that was with Excelivir. Unfortunately, Dio had stolen it. If we wanted to get it back, Clover and I would have to vote ally. But if I did, there was an excellent chance I would end up dead. The question was, then, what to do? Sacrifice myself to save Quark? Or keep quiet about the danger he was in to save myself? It was so faint, I almost didn't hear it.
Grandpa. Grandpa.
He shifted a little, then fell silent again. It was enough, though. What on earth had I been thinking? How could I have even considered letting a child die in my place? Suddenly, my cheeks felt hot with embarrassment and disgust. That I had considered letting Quark die even for a minute was pathetic. There was only one choice. There had only ever been one choice. No way was I going to leave Quark to die. My hands tightened into fists as I looked down at him. Any uncertainty I'd felt before was gone. I knew what I had to do.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please, and if no vote...
Looks like it's almost time. You two should head back.
What about you?
Not going. I'm worried about Quark.
But you're a solo. If you don't vote...
I'll automatically ally. I know. I heard the voice on the intercom just like you.
What are you going to do if Kay and Alice vote betray?
Nothing, I suppose. Just means I lost that round. I'd just be voting ally anyway. You know who my opponents are, right? Alice only has one BP left. If I pick betray and they chose ally, I'd kill her. I'm not so desperate to escape that I'm gonna kill someone for it. And even if I was, I can't leave Quark behind. You see? Doesn't matter if I go into the AB room or not. My vote's the same either way.
Tenmyoji's mind was made up. Trying to persuade him to leave would have been pointless. Alright. Take care of Quark.
Of course. You worry about yourself.
Let's go.
Okay.
Luna and I headed out of the infirmary, leaving Tenmyoji and Quark behind. When we got to the warehouse, we found everyone else waiting for us. Well, not quite everyone. One other person was missing. Hey, where's Dio?
Take a look at the doors.
They're all closed. When we came in here before, the one on the far right was open.
And that would mean...
That he went in, I guess.
Exactly.
That bastard. He'd probably been worried I might try and take the Excelivir from him by force, so he'd hidden himself in the AB room. What a coward. I made up my mind to choose ally no matter what, but a part of me had still considered trying to jump Dio if he dropped his guard. Now he'd made sure I wouldn't get the chance to try.
Where's Tenmyoji?
Oh,
Luna explained Tenmyoji's choice.
I see. Well, I guess that means I don't have to worry about him picking betray.
right. What will you guys be choosing then?
Ally, of course.
Because my BP is 6, I assume.
Yes. As long as Tenmyoji votes ally, I can't choose betray. If I do, Kay's BP will go up to 9.
But what if he forces you?
Ha ha ha. You needn't worry. I would never do something so crass.
Really?
Of course.
You are so precious, Kay.
Then you don't need to go in there.
Excuse me?
Here we fucking go.
Alice can vote by herself. Then we don't have anything to worry about, right?
Well,
Okay.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't agree to that.
Why not?
I just can't. Shall we go, Alice?
Hey, hold on a minute there.
Kay continued briskly toward the AB room as if he simply hadn't heard Phi. Alice scrambled to follow him, perhaps concerned that he would lock her out. Only seconds later, they disappeared into the third room from the left.
I hope Alice is going to be okay.
Well, there's nothing we can do now. If Kay told the truth, she'll be fine.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Time's almost up. Come on, Luna.
Right.
They headed off at a trot toward the second room from the right, and were soon out of sight inside it. Alright, Clover. Time for us to go.
Oh, okay. Right behind you.
I sighed to myself and headed toward the leftmost AB room.
What are you gonna do?
I don't really have a choice, do I? There's only one thing I can do. I'm going to choose Ally.
You can't! You'll die!
Well, you never know. Just because Dio told us that Ally doesn't necessarily mean he's going to pick
Do
Betray.
you really think a jerk like that is going to choose Ally if he doesn't have to?
There is an interesting, I'm headcanoning a femboy K. That's fair. To why they're playing the nonary game if the point is to save them. Yeah, like, I wouldn't be surprised if the whole, like, because at this point, one of the routes looks like, Sigma gets infected with, Radical 6 because of the whole fast-forwarding thing. And I want to go back to that moment and rewatch it because I want to see what immediately preceded that, right? Because, like, the first time around, I think Alice seemed like she had become infected too after she took the scalpel from, Quark. But, like... Yeah, like, I'm curious who... I'm curious, like, to try and line up the circumstances under which people, like, become infected, you know? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this whole situation is kind of engineered to find someone with the antibody so they can, like, the really, like, big brain sort of, like, actually we're doing good kind of take here is this game was engineered to try and figure out who had antibodies for the thing so that they could produce a drug that could actually save people. But yeah, like, there's so much shit going on that, like, it's really hard to kind of piece it together at this point. However, I do think that there's actually, like, a really interesting play that Dio could do here, where he's actually just testing to see if he can manipulate us, right? Mine was a is humanity worth saving kind of trope. Oh, yeah, potentially as well. There's definitely that you could definitely run that kind of idea as well. And I mean, like, there was the line of, like, wait a minute, like, if someone did this because of Radical 6, how would they know? Like, you know, if the timeline we've established is correct, like, that would have happened, like, they would have had to do this, like, 20 years in advance. How could anyone know that? How indeed. But yeah, like, there's an interesting path Dio could take here, where he actually chooses Ally as well. Although, it'd be dumb of him to do that if he's testing us, right? Where he'd go, okay, you are going to select Ally. And then he allies with us, and he's like, okay, good. I know that I can manipulate you now. But, I mean, he could just take the easy way out, betray us, and immediately leave, so... yeah.
No. No way. He's got 6 BP right now. If he picks Betray, then he'll have 9 points.
Well, what about you?
Huh?
You've got 9 BP too, right? If Dio chooses Ally and we choose Betray, then you'd have 9 BP.
What? No, that's not... I didn't even realize that until you brought it up. I'm just trying to tell you that Dio is going to pick Betray. That's who he is.
And I'm trying to tell you that I made up my mind. That's who I am. The only choice is Ally. It's the only chance we have to get that medicine back.
That's why Dio called you an IG. What makes you think he's going to give us the Excelavir, even if you do what he says?
This is a very good point. Maybe he won't, but I can guarantee that he'll destroy it if I pick Betray. That's who he is.
Fine. If you aren't gonna listen to me, then I guess I don't have a choice. I'll be pushing that button.
Huh? Before I realized what was going on, Clover ducked past me and ran toward the voting machine. No! Stop! I snatched her by the arm and hauled backward with all my strength.
Ow!
Sorry. Guess that was a little too hard, huh?
Hey! What do you think you're doing? You can't just throw a girl around like that.
You were literally about to get the only cure for a disease that has crept into this facility somehow from being destroyed. I'm sorry, but no. Like, I'm chalking that up to tropey writing. That's just because unfortunately this game is littered with it. Well, you're the one who tried to trick me.
But you're gonna die. Dio's going to kill you. You can't do this. I don't want you to die.
Ten seconds remain until
Thanks. It means a lot to hear you say that, Clover. I gave her my best reassuring nod and turned to face the polling machine.
3, 2, 1.
It still gives me the choice. I mean, look, I was gonna go and betray Dio, because it would be very satisfying for the first time I pressed betray to be against Dio, because fuck him. But yeah.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex game.
Clover and I stepped out of the AB room. For several long moments, we just stared at one another. Words weren't necessary. Everything she would have tried to tell me, I could already see in her eyes. Let's go. I turned and headed toward the results screen.
Sigma.
I heard her behind me, her voice barely louder than a whisper. The choice was already made. I stood up straight and kept walking. K did, but...
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
Okay, K. You also got 9. Get his ass. Please get his ass.
Please check your bracelet to see.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
Suddenly, all eyes were on me. I felt their weight, but stood my ground. It was the result I had expected. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I didn't have to wait long. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic, Soparil. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Hey! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no!
Trying to open my eyelids was like trying to lift sheets of lead. My eyes had lost the ability to focus, but I could make out a blur that had to be Dio in front of the number 9 door. Damn it. You'll keep your promise. God damn it. I groaned and with a Herculean effort lifted my head and then my sluggish body off the floor. Holy fuck, Sigma, let's go! Every step was a battle, and whenever I shifted my weight, my muscles threatened to give out again. Fucking Snake in the incinerator ending simulator. Somehow I forced myself ahead, a single thought burning in my mind. I would reach Dio, then at last. The smudge of color faded into a recognizable person. I threw out my hand in front of him. Give it back. Give me the medicine.
Give it back. Don't act like it's yours. Aren't we supposed to share everything we find here?
I don't care. Just hand me the medicine.
What are you talking about?
We found the Excelavir in the laboratory.
And Dio stole it.
What?
You mean he has it? Right now?
Yeah. So?
I kept my promise. Now, you. I wasn't a fool. I know the kind of person Dio was. There was a chance he wouldn't give us back the Excelavir. If he didn't, then I'd die with my hands around his throat. I gathered as much of my mind as I could and got ready to attack.
Fine.
Not quite what I'd been expecting.
Here.
With a shrug, he pulled the vial out of his pocket and tossed it toward me. I caught it and pulled the tiny glass bottle to my chest, worried I might drop it. The label said, unmistakably, Excelavir. It was the real thing. Clover, take it. I held it out toward her.
Right. Of course.
She quickly tucked it into her pocket. Good. Now at least Clark will be alright. With that, the last of my strength left me, and I dropped to my knees.
Sigma! Are you okay? Sigma! Sigma!
I guess this is it.
First is the Soparil, which put you to sleep. 9 minutes later, the tubocurarine is injected, numbing your respiratory muscles.
I just had a really bad thought. What if this is another lock?
I guess you could say it'll really take your breath away.
9 minutes. Once the Sopril was injected, I had 9 minutes until the muscle relaxant followed it. About 4 minutes had already passed, which left me with 5, give or take a little. In 5 minutes, I would be dead. What could I do in 5 minutes? How could I save myself? Do not! I gave a raspy, quiet laugh. Even with death staring me in the face, I seemed to be determined to struggle right up until the very end. Okay, Sigma. You can do this. Clinging desperately to what little consciousness I had left, I racked my brain for any possible solutions. How could I save myself? How? There had to be something. Every problem, no matter how difficult, has a solution. There's always another option. Hopelessness is a state of mind. I just had to think. Think. If there was a way out, I'd find it. I wasn't ready to give up on life yet. There had to be an answer. Son of a bitch! Oh, God! Fucking goddamn! I can't believe this! Just give me an ending! Oh my God! Holy shit! You've gotta be fucking joking! I can't believe this! Oh my God. Yeah, you fucking tell me about it. Holy crap. I mean, maybe this is just the game. Like, maybe there's actually so many locks that, like, you're pretty much almost guaranteed to hit one the first few times you go through. Like, or I'm just getting intensely unlucky. God. Oh my God. Fuck. God. Bitch. Oh, I can't believe that. Oh. That's amazing. Holy fuck. Okay. This is a good time to take a break. Interestingly, though, we now have a lock to continue through. So I think we're going to pick up back here. I I can't fucking believe this. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get to the point that we've got some music before I take a break, but I do wish to jump.
All right, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this. The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's. She has also been infected with Radical 6.
Come on, where's music? There we go. Okay. I am determined to get an ending, no matter what it takes. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick break here, get myself some soup and that, and actually I haven't been drinking water. That's bad. Especially after I was up so late last night. Yeah, so I'll be back in, like, about 5 minutes or so. But, yeah, when we get back, hopefully, we can hit an ending. So yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, that's starting soon, not be right back. Whoops. There we go. That's the right one. Alright, I'm back. Lord. Save me. Okay. Let's see. So, this is the first time we're actually going to transfer information between, playthroughs, which is interesting. So, I'm really curious how this is going to manifest. On our way back, I had gone off to retrieve the rest of the participants. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
Oh no. No! What's going to happen to her? Well, like I said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. There's a special antiviral treatment. Do you know what immunoglobulin is?
Immunogoblin?
It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6. Those antibodies are the basis for Excelavir.
Wait, what about those pods in the treatment center? Can't we just stick them in those? Oh, you know what? It might be useful to just recap where we are right now. Because we haven't been here in a while. So this is when we go through with Alice. And we went... This is the route where we get betrayed by her. And then we go through... And then me and Luna go through to the garden with Alice. Immunogoblin sounds like a trash mob in a parody RPG. Absolutely. It's the, Cells at Work video game. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. So, we're at 1 BP again. Yeah, so we're at 1 BP, and Alice is now incapacitated.
Right. I thought of that too, so I went and took a closer look at them. Unfortunately...
They can't cure it.
Correct. They can suppress the symptoms for a while, but they can't kill the virus itself. The only way we can help Alice and Quark is if we can find some Excelavir.
But the pods will keep them from getting any worse, right?
Yes.
Well, then what are we waiting for? One of you, grab Alice. We're going to the treatment center.
As he spoke, Tenmyoji moved over to Quark and lifted his small unconscious body off the bed. Quark shifted slightly as Tenmyoji moved him and something fell out of his pocket with a soft clink. I bent down slowly and picked that up. Hello again. Is this medicine?
What?
Well, what is it?
Hold on. There's a name on the label here. Axelav.
Excelavir! You found it, Sigma! That's the one thing that can cure Radical 6.
Hello there.
Why did Quark have it?
Perhaps he found it earlier.
Earlier when?
We explored the laboratory. It was on the other side of the red door. I happened to notice Quark putting something in his pocket.
He hid it?
Whether or not that was his intention is unclear. I did not have the opportunity to ask, as he collapsed immediately afterwards. It didn't feel appropriate to go digging around in his pockets for it after that.
Oh, shit. Sorry, we should have done something before I did this. Yeah, you... Oh, fuck. What's the best way to do this, I wonder? I want to go back and watch something we saw. Oh, I haven't had Moobot in here. That was dumb. This'll take a second. I'm just gonna pull up. This'll take a second. Fuck. I thought I muted you. I think it was... Was it last stream? Yeah, it was. So I want to see, like, right before things got weird. here. Why? Alright. Hello there. God. Newest girl, please. Properties. That's the one. There we go. So, a bit of Inception, but, why is he in none of the shots of...
Interesting.
I'm gonna scrub forward and see if I can find the moment. Yeah, okay, here we go.
Sigma?
Come on, I told you I don't need you kissing my ass. Besides, it's not like I really did anything. This is becoming way too close to my job in terms of, like, looking through logs, like CCTV footage and stuff like that. Started going through the rest of the files. Security footage showed K and Dio clearly passing through the white door on the far right.
Good. Looks like they're both fine.
That just leaves Tenmyoji, Clover, and Quark. I opened my mouth to continue, and then it happened. My vision suddenly blurred and... Okay. So... Shake sleeves. Security...
Wild. Insert.
But is that...
Here you are.
His brain is probably still functioning. No, we were just generally talking about that. Okay, maybe this is going to be more difficult to look for than I thought. So never mind that. The thing I'm trying to, like, piece together is... I'm trying to understand when we could have caught... when we could have caught Radical 6. But that might actually just become clear from playing through the game, so... Maybe we'll just let it go for now, and... wait for that to kind of have an explanation. I'm sure there will be, because, I mean, yeah, it'd be weird if that didn't resolve. Because, yeah, like, we know Quark has it, and in one of the timelines, Alice has it. And the only, like, direct contact we could see is, or the only, like, specific interaction that happens is Alice grabbing the scalpel from Quark. So, like, I'm interested, like, focusing on the scalpel for a random reason, or a random thing. Newest girl, please. This is a lot. Please stop. Also, well instead of wheel. Come on. You can do better than that. Because, like, if you're gonna randomly look at the scalpel, for example, in one of the other timelines, Clover took the scalpel, and she was fine. So does that mean that, like, she is kind of immune to it? And, like, more to the point, like, we started to feel the symptoms, and then it seemed like we didn't really... Well, it seemed like it just kind of stopped for us. Like, maybe we have antibodies, potentially? I don't know.
To be honest, it had also slipped my mind.
Something to think about, at least.
We were rather preoccupied with getting him to the infirmary as quickly as possible.
Who cares about the details? We have it. Hurry up and give it to him, Luna.
Hey, hold on a minute. What about Alice?
Does it really matter if she goes first or not?
I'm sorry, but I don't think we can do that.
What?
There's only enough here for one person. The only way we have to administer this is with the injection gun. And the way it functions, it uses a whole bottle each time you pull the trigger.
In other words, we can't split the dose in two or something.
Right.
While we all still stood stunned, Phi moved. Stepping over to Quark, she quickly ran her hands through his clothes and stepped back with a frown and a small shake of her head. Now, I think one of the key things I'm going to be looking for once this kind of thing transpires is who catches on to this not making sense. And, like, Fi is probably one of those people, I would guess. But I'm curious if anyone else is going to pick this up.
Nothing. That one bottle was it.
Do you think there might be some more back in the laboratory?
No, unfortunately not.
No.
Oh, God.
Just enough medicine for one dose.
Only one person can be saved.
Who should we give it to?
Alice or Quark?
What the hell is this? There's no way we're only going to save one of them.
Then what are we going to do?
Do I have to spell it out? We're going to save them both.
How?
That's... I needed to calm down. Think. There had to be some way to save both of them. It was there. I knew it. IG equals immunoglobulin.
Do you know what immunoglobulin is? It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6.
And this is explicitly from something... Okay, this is from another timeline explicitly. I don't know if the other two were.
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
So it's like a copy machine?
Yeah. Probably copies IG, whatever that is.
Any ideas?
Who knows? Ice cream by the gallon?
That's it. I've got it. The IG replicator in the laboratory. It's an immunoglobulin replication machine. Immunogoblins.
What?
If I told you you had a nice antibody is an achievement I just got. Open the fourth lock. It can copy immunoglobulin antibodies. Luna just said Accelavir is made from antibodies. That means we can make more Accelavir.
Hold on a moment. There is a strange device in the laboratory that says IG replicator on it. Clover and I examined it thoroughly when we were in that room.
Yeah, we never could figure out what it did, though.
Exactly. My question is, how do you know about it, Sigma?
That is a very good question, Kay. I saw it when I was in the laboratory.
When was that?
Probably when you were looking for Alice, right?
No. Dio was wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for Alice. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator?
If what he's saying is true, then we should be able to duplicate the Accelavir. That would mean we could cure Alice and Quark.
Let's go have a look then. The laboratory, right?
Yeah, no time to waste.
We all nodded. Wait. We can't leave them here all alone. Luna, do you think you could stay behind and look after them?
Oh, of course. I'd be happy to.
Alright, then. Let's go. That's a good achievement name. Yeah, it is. It's very good. Newest girl approved. Now, I would hope that, like, Alice and Clover would kind of cotton on to the fact that something is up here, but... I'm also going to be honest, I thought there was going to be one of those, shattering animations at the end of that, but apparently not. This also could make Sigma seem really fucking suspicious, too.
So this is the lab, huh?
Yes.
Where's this IG replicator thing?
Right here. See?
So this can copy the Accelavir?
I think so.
What are we waiting for?
Calm down, alright? Don't rush me. I carefully lowered the small vial of Accelavir into the slot on the side of the machine. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. Presumably, that was where the replicator... where the duplicated Accelavir would go. Ready? I push this button, it should...
Skip it. Just press the damn thing.
Right. And pressed. Did it work?
Have a look. The empty vial has something in it now.
And the vial Sigma used remains as it was. It does not seem to have lost any of its contents.
So, it worked?
Would have been pretty bad if it hadn't.
Alright, let's get this thing back to the infirmary. I reached down and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket. Ah, shit.
What happened?
Sorry, my hand slipped.
You dropped one of them?
Yeah. Just one, though. Sigma?! Imagine having, like, a prescient, like... Imagine having a vision of the future that manages to save two people infected by a virus that is, like, incredibly horrible and, like, that creates, like, incredibly agonizing, like, experiences leading to someone wanting to commit suicide, and then dropping one of the cure bottles. My dude.
What in the hell? What if you'd broken it, you idiot?
Come on. If it had broken, then we could have just made another copy. Before Tenmyoji could reply, Fi spoke.
Guys?
I was surprised to hear a voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table.
You see? It did break!
No, the vial's fine. See?
She held it up in one hand, but didn't move her eyes.
Then what the heck is going on down there?
Take a look.
It's not a bomb, is it? She slid back from the table quickly and silently. The rest of us bent down to look. Oh, fuck. Bombs? A bomb?
Whoa. Really? That makes two then.
Guess Kay was right after all.
Another one. Wow. I completely... Like, I watched this recently, but jumping around between the timelines and playthroughs now is, like, really confusing me as to what had actually transpired in each of them.
So there were more bombs.
So it would seem.
Was this here when you guys came through the first time?
No, it was not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, and I looked real hard.
Then somebody must have said it while we were looking for Alice.
Who the hell would do that?
This is gonna implicate me because... This is gonna implicate Sigma because he can't explain why he knew about the IG replicator. And that puts him in this room. We're all like, looking for Alice. It could have been any of us.
No, not any of us.
And in the first instance of us finding a bomb, Sigma was also super suspicious in admitting that he was just in the warehouse sulking. Fuck. Oh, Jesus.
I was back in the infirmary. Quark was still out, so I was keeping an eye on him.
So we shouldn't consider you a suspect.
Does that mean you couldn't have gone to the lab? Potentially?
Is that right?
Yeah. Quark's off the list, too.
But Tenmyoji, you have no proof that she spent the entire time in the infirmary, do you?
What?
You could have quietly made your way to the laboratory, planted the bomb.
That's insane! Listen to yourself! There's no way in hell I'd have left Quark all by himself to go plant a goddamn bomb!
Tenmyoji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
Hey, what's this thing?
I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table.
It looks like a memory card.
Where was it?
Right under the bomb. It was down on the floor under the table.
Could it have been put here by the same person who set the bomb? There was nothing like it here when we examined this room.
Do you think they dropped it accidentally?
Unless it was left here intentionally, yes. I imagine so.
What do you think's on it?
Let's take a look. Could I see it for a minute?
Yeah, I guess so.
I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. There's one... Fuck. We saw a monitor with one of these things in it, haven't we? Somewhere in the facility there is one. Is it in the infirmary? I think it is. Shoot, no dice. We'll need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything here.
So what do we do?
Come on, I knew I'd be doing it.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, if no vote is recorded before...
Guys, I think maybe we should get back to the top floor.
Yeah, you're right. We've got what we came here for.
What should we do about the, bomb?
Not much we can do except leave it here. Alice said it'd be dangerous to touch them.
True, but...
Drop it. We can talk about the bombs later. Right now we need to take care of Alice and Quark.
Right. So we'll go back to the infirmary, give them the Accelavir, and then head to the Floor A warehouse.
Right. This ought to do it. It might take a little while, but they should recover.
Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. See? Right there. Right there. There it is. Right there. Memory card. Right there. There. Right there. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to a crude cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
Are they really going to be all right?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. We don't know why Alice collapsed. And I think in this route, we specifically brought up the fact that Alice's body could be composed of Ice-9. Like, she wasn't anesthetized as far as we know. Like, we turned up and Phi was just cradling Alice. And the scalpel had, like, disappeared.
The analysis I did on the vials confirmed that the duplicate was real Accelavir. The original was genuine too, of course. Now that they've been treated...
It's only a matter of time before the virus is eliminated.
I believe so, yes.
Oh man, what a relief. I was really worried.
Clover grinned. Agreed. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. We can be relieved later. Right now we need to get to the AB rooms and fast.
Damn. Don't even have time to catch our breath.
Come on, let's go. The Floor A warehouse is waiting. So we're with Luna. And we know that Alice... Oh, fuck. So, remember, we probably should have made more just in case, right? Yeah. Yeah, we probably should have duplicated another one. I don't know why we just used it all, but... So, remember ages ago when we were in this situation and I was theorizing, ooh, having to deal with an unconscious Alice in the AB game is going to be interesting, because her being absent means she's going to pick Ally. Like, 100%. Her thing is going to be Ally. So, what do? Also, this... Wait. Huh? Where's Tenmyoji?
He stayed back in the infirmary.
That hasn't moved yet. So, in this timeline, I don't know if this body... Actually, that's an interesting thing to consider here. When we pair up with Alice, the room isn't moved. Like, I'd have to look at the combinations of people who are grouped together, which might be an interesting exercise at, like, the end of one stream, where I'm just like, okay, hang on, I need to sit down and actually think about a lot of this, and it would be better to do that on stream than, like, having all the thoughts off stream and then trying to remember to explain them later on. But it's interesting that the combinations in the first instance, or the teams, well, it may not specifically be the teams, right? But there could be other things going on. But it's interesting to note that Alice... Well, first of all, teaming up with Alice means that this doesn't move. In the other two circumstances, it does, because we find the body of the woman in the far left room. The other interesting thing about the other path we went down was that no one found, or Alice didn't find the knife. So the room moved, and if the knife is still there, it wasn't actually found by anyone. Or it wasn't seen to be found by anyone. Like, we went with Luna in the second case, and we went with Tenmyoji in the third. So going with Tenmyoji means that the room moves, but Alice doesn't find the knife? Huh. I am interested to see who goes into this room, though. Like, now that we should be quite... There's a definite possibility that the body is still in there. I want to see who goes into the right one, if it's ever mentioned. Because it doesn't seem to be mentioned at all. Unless it's, like, actually important. Like, I think when we were about to vote... When we were about to vote with, when we were with Clover, it mentioned that Dio had gone into the far right one, which was this one here, not that one, because those shuffle around in the other one. And I think there were a couple of other, like, one or two instances of the game being specific about who went into the AB rooms, but I think in this path, it hasn't been mentioned. Ooh, what?
Why?
Well, when we were all heading out, I noticed he wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, and this will be the same explanation as last time. I'm gonna pick Ally.
So I asked him if he was coming with us, and this is what I got.
I'm still worried about Quark and Alice. I think I'll stick around and make sure they're okay.
I see. That means that Phi's only opponent will be Dio.
One-on-one, huh?
Ugh.
That's cool. Nothing to worry about. I plan to choose Ally. You know why?
Because I've only got one BP.
Exactly.
Uh-huh. Are you sure about that?
If you chose Ally and I betrayed you, your BP would drop below 0 and... well, we know what happens then.
Although, to be fair, I think in this scenario he may not get out if he had 3 points. So it's better that he doesn't double down on it, maybe? Fuck, I can't remember what happened in this one. I think... so we got betrayed by Alice. Clover and Kay betrayed Tenmyoji. And I think Dio, Quark, and Luna all allied. So if he got 3 points, he'd be at 8, which means that he doesn't win. So this actually isn't too inconsistent. In the last thing we saw, like, he got betrayal points 2 things in a row, so he probably thinks, oh yeah, fuck it. I'll kill Sigma, but I'll be able to get out.
I want to win, but I'm not that desperate.
Yet.
You see what I'm saying, right?
Tenmyoji and Dio are a pair. Tenmyoji only had 1 BP left. Since Dio said he's going to pick an ally, Phi can't really pick anything else. If she does, Tenmyoji will...
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kay and I are gonna be going one-on-one too, right? Since Quark's still sleeping.
That is correct.
How many BP do you guys have?
I've got 6.
As do I.
We've seen them be very betrayal happy.
If one of them can get the other to ally, and then betray that person, the betrayer will have 9 points.
Look, Kay, I know you don't really have any reason to trust me, but...
I know. You would like us both to vote ally, yes?
Yeah.
I agree. If we were to both betray, then we would gain no points. We would lose nothing either, but that's hardly relevant. If both of us cooperate, then we will both gain 2 points, which is much more beneficial.
Right. Okay, good.
They're both gonna betray each other.
You're really gonna do it, right?
Yes.
Promise?
I love Kay's expression so much.
Promise.
1 minute remains.
Shit, this is bad. We need to move, now.
Indeed. Shall we?
Dio, Kay, Phi, and Clover all took off immediately, heading into different AB rooms. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, Kay went into room 4, and Phi and Clover went into rooms 5 and 6, respectively. That left Luna and myself. So, counting from the left. So, Phi and Clover are about to go into the room on the far right with the body. What do you think about taking the one on the far left?
Sounds good.
With that settled, we headed into the AB room number 1. I'm really glad I brought up the fact that it would be really important right now to figure out who went into what rooms. And we should hear a scream. Probably not.
30 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
It's probably a little late to say this, but you know Alice is still in the infirmary, so...
You're saying we should pick Ally, right? Since Alice is going to default to that anyway?
Yes.
I know. It's not really fair to betray someone who isn't voting. Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nonary game didn't seem so scary.
10 seconds remain. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ally all the way, baby.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will thank you, Ambidex Gates.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. Alright, let's go have a look at the results.
Okay.
Results from round 2
Were we the first
of
out?
the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Oh no, everyone's there. Yep, that's what I thought. What? How?
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet.
What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No. That's not possible. How can Alice's vote be betray? It was a question I would never know the answer to. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic, Soparil. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it was like cotton. My legs began to wobble, gave out.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Oh no! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Sigma!
No. Why?
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. No one had gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet, there she stood. An apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Alice. The world was gradually going black, and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Had she run it at the last moment after Luna and I had entered our room? But even if she had, why choose betray? Then the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. That wasn't supposed to happen, and every ending begins somewhere. Were the achievements I just got. Hang on a second, I'm going to view those. Is that your first game over? That is literally my first game over. It's Will Smith YouTube Rewind. Well, it's an ending. Yeah, exactly. Where is it? That wasn't supposed to happen. Saw any of the bad endings. And every ending begins somewhere. Saw any of the endings. Fuck! I didn't even update any of the fuck. Oh my god. That didn't that still wasn't an ending. Holy shit. Oh, it keeps happening. Why does it keep happening? Holy shit. WWE Superstar, the Edge strikes again. Fuck. I do like that literally everyone else betrayed. That was appropriate. But I'm getting to the bottom of this now.
30 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
It's probably, Al, so yes.
Yes, I'm going to... Yes, Luna, I'm going to ally.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Why does it have to do this?
1.
Like, I get it's trying to do the... What?
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
No. I think mashing... Yeah, I did. So, here's the problem. I was mashing before the text ended on the countdown, and it like, buffered the input? Why doesn't it just cut straight to... What is the point?
30 seconds remain until...
Alice is still in the infirmary.
This must be the Dark Souls of visual novels. Stop that. Like, I don't understand why it does the countdown when we're not in, like, a really dire situation. Like, it makes sense when, like, we're trying to have, like, a rushed conversation right before the end, or there's a struggle to, like, hit the vote button, right? Like, I completely get that, where it's like, boom. But when it's just like this, it's like, okay, 10 seconds remain. Cut to the thing. That's it. You don't need to count it down. Like, I don't get the point of that. Luna's a ray of sunshine, and I'm about to break her heart.
10 seconds.
But for very good reasons.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
And I should have realized
2,
I can't actually press
1.
buttons in this bit here. So...
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed.
Also, it's really funny to me that, like, they put you in a room with Luna, who is absolutely going to ally, and you have a conversation with her that's like, well, I mean, she's going to ally, so we can just ally. And it's like, yeah, God, it feels really good to, like, have a, like, nice moment in this game, and explicitly kills you. Like, you thought there was gonna be a happy, simple ending if you didn't betray people? You absolute fool? That's great. I fucking love it. Silly trusting Morphe. Hey, ride or die. Although I guess it's a lot less riding and a lot of dying at the moment.
Results. Thank you, Ambidex.
Yep. Luna's gonna be like, what the fuck? And I'm gonna be like... And I'm gonna... Like, it would be really funny if, this ending, like, or, sorry, this route changed a little bit if you have explicitly done the other route, and you just... And, like, Luna says, what did you do that for? You go to see the results, and then you look back at the second room, and then you look back at Luna and be like... This group is way more shifty than the last game. Yeah. But, like, in 999, the Nonary game is a lot less explicitly... Or... In 999, the game is a lot less inherently competitive. It just has, like, the illusion that it may be. This has a lot of explicit competition, though. So it kind of makes sense that even people that are pretty trustworthy do pull out the knives to backstab every now and then.
Why? What happened to... It's not fair to betray someone who isn't voting. I thought...
Oh my, please, like, this would be so clever to have Sigma be like, to have Sigma just reference the fact that he's been down that path. There was nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't really understand why I picked Betray instead. Oh. Oh yeah, I guess, like, even in the case that we had, so we've had an explicit case of inspiration now. So, like, which he didn't understand either. So, even now he's kind of like, yeah, I don't know why I did that. It almost felt unconscious. Like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the betray button against my will. Right. Well, we should go see the results.
Really? We already know what they are. It's just simple math.
The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I hate this! I hate this! Ugh! They kill you off for agreeing with Luna, and then they make you, like, force her to betray someone. And it's just like, oh god, the ray of sunshine of the group is, like, minorly sad, and my heart is breaking. I fucking hate this. I love this game too.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed.
Like, obviously, in retrospect, Luna will obviously... Like, I think Luna is reasonable enough to be like, oh, okay, look, you know what? You might have picked Betray, but for whatever reason, that didn't get you killed. So... I'll let it go. I'm just gonna let that go. Like, it would actually be really interesting if Luna was the one that started picking up on the fact that Sigma is like prescient. Well, not prescient. What the fuck is the word? Like, Sigma seems to just know things. Something's up.
Please direct your attention.
I think this is also the first time we've redone an AB game with a different option.
Points have. Please check your bracelet.
What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No. How can Alice's vote be Betray? That's not possible. Alice? She's just standing there menacingly. She's even under a fucking spotlight. Please tell me someone has photoshopped, like, Alice in this stance in that fucking image. Because it's uncanny. I'm gonna do that myself, maybe. She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. Also interesting music. Oh, shit. I missed that last bit. It seems we were united in our surprising confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
Thought you'd get an easy couple points, huh?
I fucking hate this game. It literally walks up to you and says, oh, that's the option you picked. Like, fuck you! What did... Oh.
Not so easy when you have to look your victim in the eye, is it?
fucking twisted knife, motherfucker. Oh my god. Like you didn't just die for picking the opposite. Exactly! You don't look me in the eye and tell me you... fucking stupid video game.
Coward.
Me a coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked Betray. Why are you even here?
You gave me the antivirus, didn't you? Tenmyoji told me. Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
But you should still be under the effects of the anesthetic.
Yes, well, I still am. A bit. I have a throbbing headache, and I can barely stand. It's horrible. I'm more resistant to anesthetics than most people. A result of my training. I have a feeling Zero Senior knew that. They gave me way more than the standard dose of that gas when they kidnapped me. In any event, a few minutes ago I woke up in the infirmary. Tenmyoji explained what was going on, and I got here as fast as I could.
So you showed up right after we'd gone into the AB room?
Yes. Right in the nick of time, too. About 10 seconds before the deadline, as I recall.
You did that just so you could betray us?
Right. What? Don't I get to do that? I mean, it turned out to be the right thing to do, didn't it?
I hate to leave when it's just so juicy, but I gotta go schedule my dorm out processing. Yeah, no worries, newest girl. I appreciate you hanging around. It's always the VOD. Don't worry, you're just missing me, like, in intense pain, because this video game is, like, directly punching me in the gut.
You two chose Betray. If I'd stayed back there, I'd have lost 2 points.
So you're saying it was self-defense?
Yes.
Have fun. You too. You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose Betray because you wanted out. You had 6 BP. If I picked Ally, you would have had 9. That's why you were trying to do right. That's what you were trying to do, right?
So what if I was?
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me so you could escape.
Don't be stupid. I knew you'd choose Betray.
You knew?
There was...
Tell the truth.
That is the truth. Why am I the only one getting the 3rd degree here? Look at those results. 2 other people just tried to kill someone.
Fine, Dio.
Yes. If Dio had chosen Ally, Phi would have killed Tenmyoji. And if she'd chosen Ally, Dio would have killed her.
I don't want to be rude, but it looks like Clover and Kay tried to trick one another. Not that it seems to have worked. If either one had chosen Ally, the other one would have 9 BP right now.
I turned to look at the results again. Before I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster. Betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Alright guys, pay attention. You probably already figured this out, but we can't keep going like this. If we don't start being a little more trusting, we're never going to get out of here. We need to work together. Might as well have been talking to a wall.
My apologies, Sigma, but I need to think on something for a bit. I would appreciate being left alone.
Okay.
I'll be leaving too.
like, yeah, so, like, as much as I'm like, wow, video game, fuck you for, like, making the good choice, like, instantly kill me, and then have the goal to be like, wow, you picking the bad choice, eh? Or, wow, how mean of you. Like, obviously it's trying to engineer this, like, get us to the scenario where everyone is at each other's throats, and to some degree, you do need to funnel the player into doing that as well. I think it's actually really funny how blunt it is with it, but it is a little inelegant, in my opinion. But then again, you could also argue that that is a problem with people not that is a problem with the player not reading the room, because everyone else was in a situation trying to convince each other to ally so that they could betray each other, to the point that some of them were going to kill each other. And if you still can't cotton on to the fact that, like, they engineered a scenario in which even Alice shouldn't have been able to vote, and they betray you to kill you, like, you're not reading the room right now. Everyone is out to get everyone. You need to start thinking like that too, because you are going to get killed. Like, on a surface level, it does feel very like, you know, video game forces you to do a thing, and then it says you're bad for doing that. But in some ways, taking the good option there is naive as fuck, given the situation. Like, the game spends a fair amount of time laying out, like, subtext. Everyone is trying to betray everyone right now. And if you're not reading that, and you're still picking ally, fucking tough.
Things are getting a little too intense here for my delicate constitution.
Uh-huh.
Sorry.
Dio.
Well, in that case...
Et tu, Phi?
Yeah, sorry.
Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
See? There's your answer. In the end, everyone's just thinking about themselves.
Yeah. And actually, now that I think about it, this is the game calling you out for being naive. Like, look around you. Everyone is trying to stab everyone in the back. If you're still of the mindset that you should just be allying, you are being naive. I actually turned around on this a little bit. I thought it was, like, a little kind of crass for them to do that. No, I think this is actually kind of cool. Like, it is being blunt about, like, this was not the situation to start trying to ally with people. We are beyond that at this point.
So I would appreciate it if you could not treat me like I'm the only villain here.
You tell him, Alice.
Come on, Clover. Let's go.
Hold on! I'm coming! Are you feeling okay? I was really worried, you know?
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it.
Everyone's gone.
You aren't going to leave too?
No,
Are you sure? I chose betray.
I know. But I still believe in you, Sigma. I think your hand must have just slipped or something. Right?
My chest hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse. Oh shit, yeah, we've got rethink the configuration of everything now. 1 second while I scroll through all of these fucking new tabs to find the one that has the arrangements in them. I think it was new 4? No. 13? Shit. Did it reorder these? Oh, God. There we go. I found them. Cool.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round. Star keys are required to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the Star keys. The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
As many times as we want, huh?
Yes, as long as we have the star keys. That means we can keep playing the AB game over and over, too. Sigma? Could you show me your bracelet?
Why?
Do you remember what Zero Jr. said?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. The pair and solo assignments hop around a bit too.
Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. Cyan pair. What about you?
I'm a magenta pair.
Magenta pair. Oh, actually, you know what? CMYRBG. Yeah, no, we can do. We can shorten that a little bit, just so it's a bit more uniform. I wonder what the others are.
We could be anything, I suppose. We won't know until we have a look.
We've got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So, what should we do now?
Everyone else has gone off on their own.
Yeah, physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeat the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
Maybe it would help if we all had a common goal. Something to unite our hearts and minds.
Yeah, but we've already got something like that. We all want to get out of here. That seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everybody chose betray. Including me.
Well, what if we have an enemy?
An enemy?
Yes, a common foe. Like the person who set the bombs, for instance.
After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Quark the Excelsior. Yeah, that might work. If we can figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else would work together against them.
Right.
But how do we figure out who it is?
Well, do you have any clues?
Clues, huh? That's right. The memory card. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
What's this?
I told you, a memory card. It was under the bomb we found in the lab. I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what's on it, though. We couldn't find any kind of memory card reader.
Oh, I guess we can't really use it then. Oh, wait a second. You know what? I think I might have seen something.
Huh?
Yes, I remember.
In the infirmary.
The infirmary.
Thank you.
I saw it when I was searching the infirmary with Dio and Quark. There was a memory card just like that one.
Then...
Yes! I think we can see what's on it. The computer there should be able to read it.
Bless you, Luna. Light in the dark. Luna and I exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Temioji. Quark Spark was there as well, of course, but he was just as we'd left him asleep on the bed.
What are you doing here?
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted the people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb and the memory card, and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the ladder.
Okay.
Then stick it in already!
Go ahead.
Right. Just as Luna had said, there was a small slot under the screen, exactly the right size to fit a memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. Fuck, is this some kind of cipher? What is this?
6 rows, 22 letters each.
It looks like the odd rows use one set of letters, and the even rows use another set.
Yeah.
In other words, the first 2 rows just repeat.
Yeah.
Is this some kind of code or something?
It doesn't look random to me. I think there might be a pattern. I just don't know what it is.
CQUJHNMTEONERAXDFMIOVP BYOLWXYPXSVZEQGTKRTLED.
Was there anything else on there?
So there are letters common to both of them, so it's not like they're choosing from... It's not like they're sampling from separate, isolated pools of letters.
No, it doesn't look like it.
So all we get is this gibberish? Hey Alice, you haven't said anything for a while. What's up?
Does any of this look familiar to you, Clover?
What do you mean?
Have you seen something like this before? Maybe during your training?
Training?
This is...
So you do recognize it.
All right, knock it off, you two. How about you share it with the rest of the class?
Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
I believe this is an encoded message from a terrorist organization.
What?
They call themselves the Myrmidons.
Oh. Shit. Myrmidons. For some reason I felt like I'd heard that name before.
What are the Myrmidons?
I saw it on the knife in the vision.
Put simply, they're a bunch of thugs who are trying to destroy or dismantle most of human civilization.
So this thing we're looking at, you think it's theirs?
Well, they have a number of different codes, but I do think this is one of them.
Then the bomb?
It was said by one of the Myrmidons, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, I can't say for sure, of course, but it seems likely.
Damn, I have got a ton of questions for you. But let me start with this one. What the heck does that thing say?
I don't know.
What?
How am I supposed to decode it? I don't have the key. Without a key, it would take literally hundreds of years to decode.
What kind of key do you need?
What about you, Clover?
Well, if Alice doesn't know how, I sure don't.
See.
Not much we can do then. We can come back to that code stuff later. I've got another question. Ask what the parameters of the code are. There's tons of just random text that's been around in this game. It could be anything. It could be the thing on the grave. It could just be ninth spelt wrong. It could be the either of the bloody messages. It's just so much it could be. Alice, Clover, who the hell are you? Why do you know about this code?
That's...
You told me your job was to eliminate enemies of the state or something like that. Just what the hell kind of job is that? I think it's time you told us what you do.
Sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
Because you might be one of them. You might be the person who set the bomb.
Ah, that's actually a very good point. That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
Really? And where's your proof? For all I know, you're my enemy. I can't tell you anything.
I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. I just want all of us to get out of here. Just, please, tell us. Please. We need to find out who did this so we can all escape. But we have too little information. We need your help. Fine. If you won't tell us about yourself, then just tell us about the Myrmidons. What else do you know about them?
I'm sorry.
Before I could blink, she leapt up and run out of the room. Hey, wait, Alice! I took off after her.
How long are you going to keep following me?
Until you tell me what you know?
Then why don't you just ask Clover?
Clover?
You already know she works with me.
Well, yeah.
Then why don't you...
I wanted to hear it from you.
Why?
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters? Or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. That means I've spent more time with you than anybody else here. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
What are you talking about?
She spun around to hide, but I caught a blush of red on her cheeks. We walked down the path to where it ended next to the pond. There's the fucking grave. I stayed silent. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface. Oh, Alice sat down. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
You don't hate me?
What? Why?
I tried to kill you.
You mean in the AB game?
Yes. I was so scared. Who wouldn't be? Kidnapped and locked up, forced to play some sort of bizarre game. And then we found that bomb. I know I probably sounded calm, but as soon as we found that thing, all I wanted to do was run away from it as fast as I could. Things just went downhill from there.
What do you mean?
I remember hearing that Quark had collapsed and running to the infirmary with everyone else. When I got there, I realized I couldn't understand what anyone was saying. And everything looked... I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching a video on fast forward, only it was real. Then I started to feel like... It's hard to explain. I guess you could say I didn't feel like I was myself, and it only got worse.
That was probably the Radical 6.
Yes, I think so. I don't remember much after that. But when I woke up in the infirmary, suddenly all that fear was back. So all I could think about was getting out of this place as fast as I could.
Oof. The models didn't... Like... It's impressive that they, like, wanted to keep the, like, 3D models and that, but unfortunately this kind of stuff just doesn't look nearly as good as the sprite work in the original, in 999. Which is kind of a shame, because this is obviously, like, a really emotional moment, and unfortunately I can't get over how kind of goofy it looks.
It never even crossed my mind that it could kill you. God help me, even if it had, I don't think I would have cared. See? I'm horrible. You hate me, don't you? Just do it!
What? Do what?
Kill me! Get it over with!
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I don't even hate you.
You're lying! I could have killed you. I would have killed you.
I mean, you did. Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone. single tear rolled down Alice's cheek, then another and another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. Slowly, I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it.
Why are you doing this? You know, you kind of remind me of my father.
That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad?
Yes.
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
Will you promise not to tell Clover that I cried?
Come on.
If you keep your mouth shut, I'll tell you what you want to know. About myself. And about the Myrmidons. Deal?
Sure. My lips are sealed.
Really?
What crying? I don't remember any crying.
Good. Alright then.
Alice took a deep breath and began. Strap in, folks. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met while my mother was in Egypt on vacation, and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. My father was a scientist, and his field was cloning. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why we moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to meet us. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists, and he had been kidnapped. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her, as a single mother, alone in a country where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often, when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and in every line of her face I could see exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out of high school and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. So this is an image we've actually seen before and is part of the Golden Files, and fuck me, why does the goddamn Golden Files spoil shit that's... God damn it, because I know where this is going now. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. Their purpose is to investigate and sometimes deal with terrorist organizations and other serious threats to the state. I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most useful members and expand their ranks. The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. Oh hey Rizaki, how's it going? I found the best thing today. Someone made a mixed song with Investigation Cornered and Life Will Change. Ooh, interesting. The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. Which is another thing that was in the H file for, Hongo. Should I just stop reading the Golden Files until it's clear I had to, like, look at all of them to get, like, past a certain bit? I don't know. Fuck me. We believe that Free the Soul provides their funding. But trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. I think it's also interesting to note here that, like, free the soul is something that Quark was saying. Or something along the lines that, well, Quark was speaking about something that you could paraphrase as freeing his soul. Then, one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. There she is. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. Quark, is this Star Ocean 3 all of a sudden? Absolutely not. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were Myrmidons. Oh. Wait, Aoi and Akane? Really? That's interesting, because we know that Hongo is a member of Free the Soul through the Golden Files. So, like, In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questions, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. Okay, right. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. Right, so they were mistaken, and yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you, Alice, for literally explaining away the problem. There was also a 6th person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it, per se. A middle-aged man, who I'll just call H for now, had been bound and placed in the trunk. According to the other 4, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that his pharmaceutical company, a major player on the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. More specifically, I suppose, H was a member of Free the Soul, and very committed to their cause. So why had he kidnapped all those children? Apparently it had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try and give you a quick rundown. Simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousnesses of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler just to call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before, and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiments, we knew she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that our investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake, and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until, at last, in a basement room, found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He'd said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone, and tell her masters at the SOIS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they killed him. Perhaps they thought they were sending a message to me, or that once he was gone, I'd lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had at least been able to save her. Holy shit, this is going. Sometime later, I received a call from the coroner. He told me there was something I needed to see. There, in the morgue, was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I'd shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night, I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity with recklessness. This time our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any of my other agents in danger. So we took our time. We gathered information, we did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. Oh, shit. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up in the AB room?
Yes. Well, there it is. Everything that's happened with the Myrmidons and me. I left a few of the details out, of course, but you get the idea.
Yeah. Thanks. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up.
We should go back.
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
Which is?
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs, and based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that person is a Myrmidon, right?
Yes.
And I agree that we need to figure out who they are.
What do you propose we do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you have any clues?
Clues? Well, if I could decrypt that code, it might tell us something, but...
How can we do that? Thank you, finally asking the question.
I told you. We need a key. Without that, it's pointless. A key
What's
is a key.
Oh.
It allows you to sort of unlock a code. Myrmidons usually use this huge string of numbers as a key.
Wait. A long string of numbers? Could that be... Fuck! Ugh. Can't keep getting away with this. I have the one ending I picked is the haha, you're naive as fuck. Oh my god. Fucking Christ. Just let me have something. They just really don't want you to know how anything ends, do they? Yeah, hi newest girl. I got to be continued again. Fuck. Son of a bitch. By God, it's the edge of the top rope. Once again. Okay. Okay. Alright. So now we've got kind of a decision to make. Where do we want to jump to this time? So, okay. So, I think in terms of prioritizing things, I think we'll try and... Where do I want to drop in from now? Because we've been through all the primary door. We've been through all of the first chromatic doors, so we know what's up there. So the question is then, like, the next set of decisions we can start, like, kind of going through are the ones that are about the first AB game. And just because we're on this Alice kick now, and, like, we've got a lot of information about her, I think we're gonna go back to the first round of the AB game when we pair up with Alice. I want to see how this goes. Because, yeah, and it still kind of follows the Brett first thing we've been doing. I think the idea I'm going to be going with is, if I have... What did you vote last time? This path? This was... Ally. So we get betrayed by Alice. That whole path is when we ally and lose points. So I think this is a priority I'm going to go with. If I have unlocked anything, I'm going to go and do that. If I haven't unlocked anything, I'm going to try and get to the latest part in any of the paths as possible, which is probably going to get blocked by stuff, so yeah, that makes sense. Or that's just going to be inevitable. And if I'm out of all other options, I'm going to go back to, like, the earliest decisions I've made and start changing them. So, this is probably a good place to go to.
Hey, it's almost time. What are you gonna pick? If you aren't going to do it, then
No, I'm fine. I'll do it.
You're gonna choose betray, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
Alright. Take it away.
30 seconds remain.
I stood in front of the selection screen and took a deep breath. This was it. I ran over my options one last time. There was only one possible choice. I am picking this betrayal. It is against... Like, I really hoped I would get to betray Dio first, but... I'm on this Alice path kick, so I want to see if we could get any more information out of her. Or see anything different. I really wish the first time we betray was, like, getting some shitty person to ally with us and then getting points from them. But, I guess, like, respecting the fact that Alice is not taking this lightly is, gonna have to do.
Round 1 of results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex Gate.
It's fine, I stepped out of the AB room, I could see the others running toward the projection, yep.
Well, you chose what I wanted you to choose. I guess I should say thanks. So, thanks.
Oh, come on. You don't need to do that. I just made the obvious choice.
Obvious?
Well, I'm sure Alice chose Betray. That meant we pretty much had to choose Betray, right?
How do you know what she's going to choose?
I guess you could say I just know.
Are you making fun of me?
Maybe.
Yo, what's up?
Oh my god, we haven't seen Zero the Third in so fucking long. Well, I mean, she did, and she did try to kill us. That is true.
Siggy! But no! Hey, what are you kids doing over there? We're about to announce the results.
Let's go. We'll find out if you made the right choice.
Alright.
Good. Looks like you're all here. Finally, let's get ready to rock! Ambidex round the
If everybody would please direct their eyes to this monitor.
Curious why Zero the Third never turns up later. Yep. That's not funny, video game. That... Fuck you! Why? Son of a bitch. Oh, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, not just the fact that we obviously betrayed Alice when she thought of us as an ally, but now the game is like now it's very clear that your opponent can just choose something else depending on what you choose. I'm gonna have to see how it turns out, but I don't know about that.
Here are the results from your game. Now, let us check the numbers on our bracelets.
Oh boy, here we go. Hey, Alice. What the hell is this?
What?
You chose Betray last... Oh! Alrighty then. So I chose Betray too. No. Why?
Wait a minute. Last time? What on earth are you talking about?
Can you tell me one thing?
What?
When exactly did you press the button?
5 minutes before the deadline. There's that announcement, right? I pressed it right after that. Why?
What? No, that can't... Okay. We are directly acknowledging the fact that Sigma is actually, like, pulling information from the other timelines now. What was going on? When Fire Knight chose Ally, Alice picked Betray.
I just made the most rational choice. The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose Betray.
Okay. At least from the surface, like, the game is not just playing a fast and loose thing. This is directly relevant to the narrative. That is good. That's real good.
Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot.
But this time I chose Betray and her vote changed to Ally. Why? What was different? Had history somehow changed because of my choice? No, that was insane. If Alice had somehow known that I had chosen Betray and chosen Ally in response, at least that would have followed the principle of cause and effect. But what had just happened was something entirely different. Okay, this is going. Oh my god. There was no way Alice could have known what we would choose when she made her decision. Besides, if she had known that we intended to betray her, there's no way she would have chosen Ally. In other words, she must have made her own decision without any knowledge of ours. Let's say we're talking about a game of rock, paper, scissors. I throw out a rock. Right after that, Alice throws down paper. Obviously, I lose. So I go back in time and decide to whip out the scissors this time. This time Alice chooses rock. I lose again. But that's fine, because it still makes sense. My actions in the past cause Alice's actions in the future. Easy. But what had just happened in the AB game wasn't like that. Let's go back to that innocent game of rock, paper, scissors. Fucking Schrodinger's cat. This time Alice is the one who threw out her hand first. But in this situation, there's no way for me to know what it is. So I decide to go with rock. Now Alice's choice is revealed. Turns out she went with... paper. Damn it. I lose, and I'm pissed off. So, once again, I go back in time to try and change history and erase my loss. What will I choose this time? That's not even a question. Scissors, obviously. After all, last time Alice went with paper. Here's the important part. When I make this choice, Alice has already made her choice. Sure of my victory, I throw out a pair of scissors. But... what the hell? My rage would be white hot. How could this have happened? Why? Alice's hand had been paper before. How did it change to rock? Obviously there's no cause and effect here. Since Alice's choice was in the past and mine was in the future, how could that even happen? How could the future influence the past? But... hold up. One of you talked about something like this. No, we haven't looked into that just yet. The secret of Quark's hat? Should I just never... should I just never read the Golden Files if I don't want to, like, literally be spoiled on stuff that hasn't happened yet? Because it really feels like I shouldn't be doing that. Genetic field, integer factorization to Fui Ego Eris. One of you was talking about this. Was it the principle of causality? One of the interesting implications of... let's read this again. The law of cause and effect, specifically that a cause must precede every effect. At the quantum level, however, things aren't quite as immutable. The principle of quantum superposition holds that any physical system, such as an electron, exists at least partially in all of its theoretical states or configurations, but when measured gives a result, corresponding to only one of them. A classic example of this is the double slit experiment with light. By observing a system, you are defining the cause of an effect you witness, and in a way, altering the past. Normally, I would comment that, yeah, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. It's... Holy fuck. Okay. Like, it's also really interesting that Sigma has just, like, completely pulled down the veil that he doesn't understand the time travel shit is happening. Although, I guess, to be fair, though, we haven't doubled back on any decisions yet. We've gone through different doors, but we haven't repeated an AB game yet. So maybe this is why this is coming up now. Jesus Christ. It wasn't theoretical now. This had actually happened. What the hell was going on? No. Wait. 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 Why the fuck was I talking so casually about going back in time? Just like flash of inspiration, and then he's like, wait, I can time travel? What the fuck? Kind of stuff doesn't happen in real life. Also, this is a really clever way of, like, one of the things I said, I think, from the outset was something along the lines of, I'm really interested to see how they work with the conceit of this game. Because, like, the framing device in 999 was really important to what was actually going on. And it's, like, I was wondering how they were going to, like, spice it up. Because they're obviously throwing forward the idea that you are jumping along timelines. This is literally what's happening. And, like, I thought that, like, they'd do some kind of twist to it. This is a really clever way of doing that. It's like, oh, I get it. You think that the past, like, dictates the future and blah, blah, blah. No. No, it doesn't. Good luck. Right, of course. Time travel is impossible. There is absolutely positively no way to travel through time. But if that was true...
The best way to minimize risk and maximize reward in this situation is to choose betray. Anyone who thinks otherwise is, well, an idiot.
Hey!
Sigma just starts having this, like, complete mental breakdown, and Alice is like, You're having a breakdown? You just betrayed me. And he's just like, okay, everything needs to stop. This is confusing as fuck.
Did you have a stroke or something?
Oh. Sorry.
Besides, why do I have to answer your questions? I should be the one yelling at you. Because of you two, I've only got one BP left.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right! What in God's name is wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It's also funny, I guess, like, coming to this moment explicitly after redoing an AB game where this didn't happen. You know? Because, like, sometimes it does change, sometimes it doesn't. So it's actually established that it's not just gonna flip. It may not be different. It could be different. Good luck.
Forget it. I'm never going to trust you or Phi again.
Fuck.
You'll pay for this.
Alice stormed off. She threw one last hurt, scornful look over her shoulder as she left, and it stabbed me right through the heart. Now, hopefully, Phi is going to catch on and be like, Sigma, what the fuck is going on? One of the other teams seemed to be dealing with a similar issue.
I really don't know what I can say. We had no idea you would choose ally.
No way I'd choose betray. Not with Clover on the other side.
What? What do you mean?
Do you have an interest in Clover?
What? No, that's not... No.
What is it then?
Well,
You'd have to be crazy to pick Ally. The only way it'd make any sense to do that is if you really, really trusted the other person.
So you're saying you don't trust me then?
Duh! Are you senile? Why the hell would I trust some old geezer I just met a few hours ago?
So this is the point where Sigma is seeing these conversations also turn out differently and is like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this so different?
I see. Say no more. Didn't think it'd hurt this much.
Because, if I recall correctly, when this happened originally, like, Clover was, like, a lot more apologetic about it, and wasn't like, are you fucking serious? We'd never trust you. It's just more like, oh shit, I mean, we didn't think you'd ally with us, to be honest. Were the other contests this round different when you chose ally? Well, that's literally what I'm talking about now. Like, the conversations are... Oh, the matches? No. Kay and Clover still betrayed Tenmyoji, and Quark and Dio still allied with Luna. Like, I seem to remember that pretty clearly. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean? You're starting to get kind of creepy.
Creepy, huh? I understand. I guess I just haven't had enough time to earn your trust.
I suppose you could say that.
Although that line is the same.
I just didn't really expect you to be so nice about it.
Oh. Oh, never mind. Maybe we're hearing a different section of this conversation.
Well, looks like those guys managed to get through this all right. Figure that means the fault here's gotta be mine.
Huh? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Don't worry about it. We only did what anybody else would do. Right, Mr. Dio?
Yeah, exactly.
Dio, Quark, and Luna, on the other hand, seem to have resolved things amicably by all choosing ally. No doubt we were all wishing we'd done the same. But why had Dio sounded so awkward? What had happened in the AB room? Only Dio and Quark knew for sure.
Zero, when does the next round start?
What makes you think?
Well, you said if there's a round.
This again.
Besides, that's
You're right.
Well,
I don't know.
why not?
The vote.
There...
So.
The Ambidex Round 2 Moon Cup.
Yeah, now.
So...
Oh no. It's...
So it's over.
Nope. Of course. After all that, hello.
Hey, can I ask you
don't know.
something? Yeah, well, it's about the 9 door.
Yeah? Nope, there are. It could be. All that. Well,
That's not...
then
What?
there's a check. But. Ding ding ding. As long as it.
Oh, there we go. We're a yellow pair. And we don't know what Luna is just yet, so I'm going to erase that.
No, they doing.
Then how?
Well, the first as soon as.
What's this? Hey, what's this?
I do.
Of course.
No, it's easy. Nothing to. You die. Here you know. So. Yep. So there's your hard stuff. If you try, I don't. I go.
Next round.
What do you...
Well, do I? Some there. If I had to. Oh.
Why am I...
I guess I can tell you why.
Oh.
Anyone whose BP drops to 0. I'm pretty.
there was slightly different dialogue there, but it's probably inconsequential, just characters reacting to why am I gonna die?
Correct.
So, if I had been right, how was she known before Zero told us?
I see. Alice and I only... That means we'd have less than...
What?
What the hell? This isn't.
Sorry,
Sorry's not. Thought you were supposed to.
Well,
Is there anything else you? It's not fair.
I think it's fair after all, right? Right?
Yeah. I guess so.
I took a moment to go over everything in my head. Literally the golden file notes. Thank you.
Oh, the next set of chromatic doors you'll be going through are downstairs. You already saw them. There should have been 3. That means...
But wait! The colored.
It did change. I'm yellow now.
So am I.
Solo.
Me too.
Oh, we're paired with Luna. Again. Huh. Yeah, we got paired with Luna last time, right? And I think we picked Alice to go through the thing?
It looks like the color wasn't the only thing that changed.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like our groups have changed too. I was a solo last round.
Wait, really? Mine still says solo.
It looks like Luna and I both changed.
Magenta pair?
Although I've gone from solo to pair.
I'm the opposite.
This seems like it's playing out very similarly.
Mine went from pair to solo.
No change here. Still a pair.
Like, I remember this dialogue pretty clearly. Oh god, Dio and Tenmyoji are paired. I forgot about that. Or it maybe the pairs and the solos are correct, but the colors are different because everyone's talking about the pairs and the solos and not the colors just yet.
I guess this must be magenta.
And I remember that line specifically too, so...
Are you two magenta too?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Quark, Clover, and I are cyan.
Yep. Cyan pair. Cyan and cyan.
I think Mr. K and I are pairs.
Like, a lot of this dialogue I remember. But the thing that's kind of fucked is that I don't know if it's the same because I heard it in different routes or because it was in this route. Because the game is, like, very cleverly kind of undermined my ability to do that because things have kind of, like, changed around enough for me to suspect that, like, if my memory isn't, like, 100% accurate,
And
then...
Miss Clover is a solo?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
When did they change?
Back when the AB gates closed. As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up, bottom, appearance, and of course, no rules or anything! Now, with all of... Sadly...
What?
Well, I mean, I don't see Did you... As if...
You fucking
I
dick.
maybe have enough.
Hang on. Have a nice tragedy. I can't remember if that one is the same. I've noticed that Zero the Third, like, says a lot of, like, have a nice T-word. And it'd be interesting to map it onto each of the paths and see if it's, like, the same each time. Because I honestly don't remember.
That little piece of shit. If I could just...
What? We still...
Yeah. Got 40 minutes.
We should go and maybe there's a vent or if there's a chance Zero miss.
I concur. There's no... We lose...
Let's split up. 5. Let's meet in front of any objection.
There were none. After some nods and mumbling, they split up and moved off to investigate. I was the only person who stayed behind. Damn. How the hell did I end up here? Why? Why me? Soliloquy about how the fuck I got here, the long and short of which is just, I don't fucking know. It's a little unfortunate that you have to run through, like, the parts of the story you've been through multiple times, necessarily because of the way that the flow works in this game. Like, there's enough difference all the time that, like, yeah, okay, you can still kind of get stuff out of it, but there's still long sections where I'm, like, mashing through dialogue because I've seen it for, like, the 5th time. Oh no, several beta. What's this happening to me? It's a pity, but even I knew, like Cade said, shoot my head and head it off. God, like, part of me wants to go in the same order I went in last time to see what's different, but I also kind of want to go in different orders to see if there is anything different. You know what? We're gonna do that. We're gonna do the latter. Fuck it. Why not? So I'm pretty sure Alice was here last time. So, this is the infirmary, huh?
Ugh, what are you doing here?
Yeah, there we go. Still mad, huh?
Obviously.
Oh, come on now, you don't have to get your panties in a bunch.
That's easy for you to say, Dio. You're sitting pretty at 5 BP. Tenmyoji and I only have 1. You do understand what that means, don't you?
That's no reason to take your anger out on people. You won't get your BP back by being a jerk to him.
What's this? You're gonna take his side? I thought you, of all people, would agree with me.
I do.
No, you don't. You don't get it. Why would you care? You've got, what, maybe 5 years left, maybe less? I'm not like you. I'm still young. I want to live a long life. There's so many things I still want to do.
Like what?
Well, let's see. I want to wear lots of gorgeous clothes.
Still the same
I want
lines
to
here.
eat tons of delicious food and fall in love.
What an idiot.
Excuse me?
And I was going to take your side, but after that load of horse shit...
Ugh, look. I'm...
It's not unreasonable.
frustrated.
Like, I think, like, Tenmyoji is kind of being a little bit, stubborn about that.
But there really is something in...
Cheers.
Avenge my father's... That's what I have to do.
Okay. So... what happened to him? Could you elaborate on that?
No, I couldn't. This isn't the kind of thing I should be telling people I don't even know.
Fine. Just tell me one thing. Does your father's murder have anything to do with us being trapped here?
I have no idea. As to why you're here, your guess is as good as mine. But it's possible that his death is connected to my abduction.
Meaning...
I was on their trail. I was tracking down the people who killed him.
How close were you?
I can't say, but it's possible that I was getting close enough that they decided something had to be done with me. Well...
Are you a detective?
I wouldn't really say I'm a detective. Not a bad guess, though. Why are you...
Yeah.
I didn't...
And we're going through this shit again.
No. That's fine. In my life, better I keep...
Hey, what's the deal with you and Clover?
What's she got to do with anything?
Well, you know each other, right? I was thinking maybe you were
No. She has nothing to do with my work. She's just a friend that I met somewhere.
Where's somewhere?
In the middle of a desert.
A desert.
Yes, but that's an... Wait, hold on. That doesn't... How about you guys... We'll start with you. Who are you?
Just a garbage collector.
Any ties to Zero?
None.
What's your relationship? You two know each other.
Do I have to answer?
Well, if you...
No. And I apologize, but I don't have... I mean, it's not...
I see. Very well, then.
Okay, so all of this is the same so far.
Dio, what's your profession?
Well, I'm a circus ringleader.
A ringleader.
Nope. I lead a company of a... It was my father died at it. My old man was he tried to do... Well, I guess he wasn't... He was pretty... Always talking about...
I see. You lost your father, too, then.
Yeah. Shit. Guess I got a little sappy there. Anyway, I got grabbed on the last night of one. I'd gone out to a couple on my way back to the caravan before I can even get a. Next thing I know. Anyway, we still haven't heard. Who are you?
I told you guys the first time we met. Don't you remember? I was on my way home from school, and when I got into my car, this white gas started pouring out.
Are you some kind of doctor?
Huh? No, I'm still working on my degree. I'm shooting for a PhD, but I'm not quite there yet.
I guess you've been working on that for quite a while, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Can you think of anything that might...
What about
thought
Zero?
about it. No.
Do any of the people here look familiar to you?
No. They're all strangers. Well, I guess I can't really say for sure about Kay, but...
Just who is he, anyway?
Till that amnesia clears up, I don't think we've got any way of knowing.
Oh, come on.
You still...
Of course...
What about some of the others? For instance,
I think
she
at night she's a waitress.
Doesn't have a job.
It's nothing. Just forget it. Yeah, boy, his age.
He really about Quark.
And if it makes...
Well, I got her talking. She says she's got some sort of...
She's a nurse?
It could mean...
I don't know. Just going by how...
That leaves us... She's the most mysterious. What does a girl like that do?
You've better... She told you anything?
Look, it's just kind of like, and some...
No, nothing in
You
particular.
sure?
Yeah. She's a real mystery, alright. Honestly know about as much as you do. Nothing. And that's when I realized I really don't know about anything about Phi, but, yeah. Fake detective, a waitress, a garbage collector, an elementary school kid, a nurse, and a circus ringleader. Plus 2 total mysteries. What do we all have in common?
There's no point to talk. We should just focus on...
I agree.
Where do you plan on going?
I don't want to end in the crew quarters this time, so I'm gonna go there next. I think I'll head to the crew quarters.
I see. Right. Later, bro.
We're not on bro. Never call me that, Dio. I headed out of the infirmary. God, I hope I can get to a bit that's new soon. Mashing through all the previous dialogue kind of sucks.
Oh, Sigma. Perfect timing.
You were in the crew quarters before.
Yeah, I was. Phi, Alice, and I went through all the rooms.
Did you find anything...
Like a secret door.
If I had, you really think I wouldn't have told
Anything...
you? Yeah. Ordinary,
What's the-
Schrodinger's cat.
Oh.
So what?
Oh, yeah, a cat? That means something like... What?
So...
Or... What do you
About
mean?
you guys? Checked out the lounge and the infirmary.
Oh, this whole facility. I suppose that's... Well, the puzzles in the lab... Yes. Apparently, all the well, I can Clover...
Yeah. 31st, huh? Knocked out at dawn 25th, so 6 days later. Lunar eclipse. Didn't have to do with any of this.
What about the infirmary? Did you find anything there?
Yeah, we did find some. Just one thing. Dio and Luna didn't tell you? Okay, I got it. Just a sec.
And this is the Radical 6 stuff.
It seemed... Yes.
Was that true, though? Was that really the first time I'd heard of it? Couldn't shake the feeling I'd heard Radical 6 somewhere before. But where? And why? I don't remember this.
If it is true, then I worry about what might be happening to the world outside.
Oh, hey, Charles. Thanks for the raid. Oh, thanks for the host, rather. Whoops. I misread that. Welcome. I'm still playing through Virtue's Last Reward, and I've hit one ending, but it's a game over that doesn't give me any information. But every other time I've reached a lock, which means I haven't hit an ending. I haven't hit an ending yet. I've been playing this game for like almost 25 hours at this point, and I still haven't hit the fucking thing. Did my host work? Yeah, it did. It did. I got the notification for it. I appreciate the host, man. How was your stream? You were back on Persona, yeah?
Is there a pandemic raging on the other...
Well, I don't think there's any reason. We should just hurry up and try to find out how to get out of here.
Cork has a point. If we want to know what's going on outside, the fastest way to find out is by going outside.
Raid wasn't working, so I had to hit host. It's fucking weird. Oh, that sucks. No. Either way, I appreciate it. So I guess heads up. I am now, like, kind of several, not quite complete, but, like, several runs through VLR deep now. We're kind of talking, and, like, the stuff I'm going to be talking about is fairly spoiler heavy, so fair warning. It's going to be a fair bit of that. So if you do want to experience it clean, which I would highly recommend, this game is already becoming... It is already showing it might actually be better than 999, but it depends on the landing. Both of those games are really good. I'd highly recommend kind of piecing out if that's the case. Also, I beat Futaba's dungeon. I'm also swinging at everyone who lied to Futaba. Yeah. That's accurate. That's correct. Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Good! Mr. K and I will keep searching the cabins then. What are you gonna do?
I guess I'll go somewhere else.
Okay.
Then we will see you later.
Later. Stepped out of the cabin we'd been in and headed toward the small hallway. Coming in like, yeah. Now, where to next? There's only one other option I haven't gone. Like...
Oh, hey, Sigma.
So... I was just gonna speculate there, but I think I've got... Yeah, fuck, I forgot a space. Yeah, you did. I get the picture.
Can I get you a seat?
Some kind of waitress.
What are you?
What do you mean? I just came here to check up on you guys. I'm also going through, like, a section of the game that I've already been through before, and I'm trying to mash through the dialogue to kind of get to new stuff, so you'll have to forgive me if there's not too much going on or to talk about right now, and I'm skipping all the dialogue. Feel like I'm in the VIP room. Smooth as ever, Sigma.
Can I get you a drink?
Better not be underage. Yeah.
Why
Because
not?
that joke's funny.
Really? It seems.
Ha 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 ha.
Sigma,
It hasn't got...
are you?
What? Now I feel fine now that...
Headaches.
You
Don't feel
know,
like
I
ourselves.
think I did have a...
Not me.
Well,
It's hard to
your head.
No, my body feels like my whole body.
Kind of numb. Yep. Having the same
I
thing.
guess it's.
Oh, it's kind of like my body isn't... I'm sort of... floating.
Maybe it's
Yeah,
because
exactly.
of the anesthetic. It might have looked.
Yep. The anesthetic. High zero.
It seems like we were unconscious. Well, it could.
The voice broke the silence.
Something horrible has happened. Please, you all have to come with me.
What is it?
I found something horrible in room 2 in the crew quarters.
Something.
Horrible?
Never mind. You'll understand when you see it.
So it was... Was it Kay that found this last time? Kay was the first in, followed by me, Fi, Clover, and Luna. I think it was Dio. Yeah. Well, in those cases, I ended up in the crew quarters last, and we were talking to Quark and Kay when someone came in and said, "Holy shit, you guys, room 2." The four of us crouched down and followed his finger. There it was. Someone set up us the bomb. What the hell is this?
I think it's a bomb.
It's always Dio. Oh, Charles, I wish you were there for it. I don't remember. I think it was last stream. No, actually, no, it was this one. Dio pulled the scummiest move anyone has done in this story so far, where... I mean, this is going to be explaining the plot a little bit. Someone was infected with a virus. There's a cure. There's an antidote that we find. He steals it and blackmails Sigma, like the main character, into basically killing himself for him to get it back. Dio is a piece of shit. Flat out. But... Oh god. Sorry, this is actually going to be kind of like a narrative format spoiler, so if you don't want to hear this, I'm gonna like put my hand up and I'm gonna be done when I put my hand down. So if you ever want to play this game by yourself, don't listen to this, mute it, whatever. Well, you should have already left, but anyway. Every Dio is evil. Well, Ronnie James Dio is fine, as far as I'm aware. Actually, I shouldn't say that, I don't actually know. But, just in case, it has been shown that our previous choices are affecting the past, which could also radically change people's personalities for all we know. So, like, we could have just incidentally gone down the route where he was the piece of shit. He may not be in other times, like... Anyway. Bomb. No. No way. It's what we saw in the vision.
So, thank you, Sigma. Goodbye.
Did we get a replay of this last time? Of course. It was the same bomb I'd seen in my vision. Then it hadn't been an hallucination. Had it actually been a premonition?
I'll go find everyone else.
No, there's no need for that. Quark is already bringing them back. They should arrive soon. You see?
Where is it? Where's the bomb?
No sooner were the words out of Kate's mouth than the rest of our fellow captives appeared. Quark shoved the others aside and pointed at the bomb.
See? There it is! Under the bed!
Wait, wasn't that guy dead? Yes. Moving on. I'm not going to explain that. For several long moments, we just stared in silence. Slowly, we began to eye one another. Old suspicions reawakened. Okay, I will... Okay, like, because it's not even a spoiler or anything. That's just a different route through this game. That's what it is. In one of the routes, it looks like literally everyone dies. We didn't see the end of it, though, so I don't know for sure. But, yeah, that's the thing. We're going through different routes and different things are very different depending on the route we take, which is interesting. Spike broke the silence.
Doesn't look like it has a timed detonator. There must be a remote.
You're right. It'll
And now
probably...
we're explaining what the bomb is.
It was me. I found we split.
I have... When? Because of...
Yeah.
You gonna... Oh no, it was Kay that found
No,
it.
Kay is... That's a...
How do you... I just sounded... How do you... Let's just kind of... Spare... This isn't...
Please, just look. And it's not... It's an anti... Wait. Oh, anyway, yeah.
It's antimatter bomb.
Huh? Why?
Well, you do...
Yeah, Grandpa?
But... I see. Can you?
Me?
Well, you know.
I don't.
You want?
Yes.
Okay. For
Basically,
example,
it's stupidly powerful because
the
speed
thing
of
when they
light.
can't so.
So I don't.
You've got what? Because like when that, but when you,
I know.
exact in this, it's not a. That's you follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
It's pretty simple. The mass law. So you, for example, that would mean there would also be.
So you'd have 700 milligrams total.
Yes, that
Just for
means
emphasis.
annihilation would produce roughly 63 trillion joules.
Out of 700 milligrams.
That's about as much energy as the Hiroshima bomb.
What the? But there's only 350 milligrams of stuff in there.
Well, technically it's 700 milligrams.
That's not the point. We're talking about something that weighs less than a gram.
Don't get so I think I know what kind of bomb this is. It's probably using antihydrogen. There should only be about 25 micrograms of material in there.
That's less than 1,000th of a gram. So you'd only get about 45 billion joules of energy, right?
That's also some impressive mental math.
What does that mean?
About as much explosive power as 1 ton of TNT.
A ton?
Yes. Well,
And how exactly? That's enough to.
true. We don't. If we can get.
But how do we know?
What do you mean?
Look at it's got a. If
Yep.
Yes, there's no.
Anyway, we can't just sit here and do nothing. We should move it.
Dio stepped forward.
No!
Alice
Don't
calls him
touch
a
it.
fucking idiot. Alice grabbed Dio by the wrist,
What the
jerking
hell
away.
do you think you're doing? Have you got this? Do you really?
We'll just until we. There's not much.
Do you know how to?
Well, there is.
Then spill. How do we turn
There should be an emergency deactivation password. If you enter that password, the device should, well, deactivate. Yes, that's right. Look again. You see it? Right here. There's a port. If we can find the password input device, we just connect it here. Then we can enter the password.
Yeah. Cool. Anyway, moving on.
Who would?
I have no we can when you and I, so that means the bomb must have been planted after we'd left.
After we left, but when we went to check the chromatic doors, we were all there. And after that, we've been all around other people. There's no way anyone could have snuck off and planted.
I don't know about that. After we finished the AB game, we all split up. But if someone planted it right before then.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. You don't know, do you? Before we went off to the 3 rooms, we searched the hallway. Everybody was all split up.
Yeah, anyone. It would have been eaten.
You know, what were you?
And then Sigma was also dawdling in the warehouse, and everyone's like, wow, that's sus as fuck, bro. What the hell?
I never said.
Really? Back when.
And then I still can't believe this. Fire outs Sigma for knowing that the bomb existed, which is just like, I can hardly say premonition. They think I was insane. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. According to Temioji, any one of us could have been in here. Why am I the only one under suspicion? Also, there's no way to know the culprit here is actually one of us. Maybe there's someone else in here and they set up the...
Impossible.
Why?
There's no way that would get past 0. And there's no... What?
When you say 0,
Of course.
From that, which would, of course.
Okay. Fine with me.
Naming.
Anyway, whichever...
I don't think it could be.
Well, he said that the real 0 was one of us.
Fi and Clover were right. There couldn't be a 10th guest, and Zero Senior was without a doubt one of us. If that was the case, then could Zero Senior have planted the bomb? If not, then who had? Alice, Dio, Luna, Kay, Clover, Temioji, Fi, or Quark? Maybe? So, bomb makes it... Yep.
Oh no, this is. Press the.
And now we've got barely any time to go through the chromatic doors. Cool.
We've only got.
Now we're up to
Left
Lucian.
to right. This bomb.
Oh, took some time, but... So, the previous time we went through this, we weren't given a choice. And just from looking at the flow, it looks like we might actually get a choice this time, which is interesting. Don't know which door I'm going to choose, but probably depends on who who's going where, I guess, or like who we can potentially team up with.
Chromatic door, 5 minutes.
Hey, the doors are open.
We need to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Well, what are our options this time?
Pay attention. I'm only saying this once. Just like the last time, we've got 3 possible combinations.
If I quickly laid out our choices. Yellow would be going through the blue door. No, this is different. This is different. Oh, he looks like a chud. Who looks like a chud? Because I'm pretty sure we went through the... Hang on, we can actually confirm this. Oh no, we went through the blue door with Alice. Never mind. No, this might still be the same. Luna and I pair up with Clover and go through the green door. Tenmyoji and Dio pair up with Alice and go through the red door. Kay and Quark pair up with Phi and go through the blue door. Option B, Luna and I pair up with Phi and go through the red door. Tenmyoji and Dio pair up with Clover and go through the blue door. Kay and Quark pair up with Alice and go through the green door. Option C, Luna and I pair up with Alice and go through the blue door. Tenmyoji and Dio pair up with Phi and go through the green door. Kay and Quark pair up with Clover and open the red door.
3 minutes remain.
Okay, how do we want to do this?
Well, you decided the first time, right?
Yeah.
Then can I decide this time?
Why you?
I think I deserve it. I only have 1 BP left. Doesn't it seem like the fair thing is to let the person who's at the greatest disadvantage choose?
Yes. This is Alice. She's... Well, I mean, yeah. I think this explains it. Fuck. Like, it's really hard for me to be like, hey, Alice is like this, because it seems like when we go down different routes, there is the potential that the person is just has a different personality. Like, because the first time we went through, like, Alice was brutal. Like, no, I'm betraying you. And then in the second game, no, I'm betraying you. And it was like, oh, okay, yeah. She's fucking ruthless, and that tracks, given, like, her history with things. But, like, we made this decision recently, and the opposite happened. She picked Ally, so now I'm having to consider, like, much in the same way that, like, I had to rethink how I interpreted Akane as a character in 999. All of the characters here aren't just one personality. I don't even remember that other lady from the first game. Lotus? How dare you, sir? Lotus is my wife. But yes, Alice is... amazing. Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
That means you should get to choose too. I mean, you've only got 1 BP, right?
You've got a point. But how about we listen to what Alice wants first? So tell us, which door and which people do you want?
The green door. And I want to go with Kay and Quark.
I see. Option B, then.
That would have us going with Phi.
That means Tenmyoji and Dio will go with Clover through the blue door.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, also same. I hear you. Don't get it twisted.
Is that alright with you, Tenmyoji?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
Why? If we go through there together, that means you'll be playing against me in the next AB game. Are you really, really sure?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Matter of fact, that's why I want to go with you. You said you didn't trust me, right? Well, I'd like to change your mind.
Oh no, Clover is cute too. Yeah. She's become a lot more... Luca core, let's put it that way.
I figure this will give me the chance. I've been wanting to pair up with Alice, too. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh? And that is?
We'll get to that later.
Anyway, Alice's first choice would be option B then?
Yes, I get.
What about the rest of you? Is that okay too?
Thought about it for a moment. If I went with option B, then Luna and I would go through the red door with fine. As far as how I felt about that... Okay, shit, this is the decision then. Okay, so... Zero Escape has really good ladies. Sure does. No. I'm gonna make this decision in isolation. I appreciate the option, but no. I'm gonna think about this myself. I don't really want people pushing me in either direction. It's got boobers. Oh, okay, well... Right, yes. Okay, fair enough. That will be taken into consideration. If you're trying to lead me down certain paths for the narrative, then I'm not going to do that, but... You know what? Yeah, it's that. Okay, so... We can either go with... Phi... Maybe Clover? We probably would... Like, I'm gonna guess that we're ruling out Alice. Alice probably doesn't want to team up with us, right? So we're either going with Phi through the red door, or we're going with Clover through the green door. I feel like I want to go with Clover, but the other thing is that, like, I kind of don't want to piss Alice off at this point. That seems like a bad idea. But, like, fuck. Have you been with Phi and Luna in a previous route? I've been with Luna and Alice. I've been with Dio and Clover. Oh god, it's all blurring together, to be honest. Okay, so this is the choice then. I either go with Clover to, like, just talk to her more, or I go with Phi to not piss Alice off. I think that's what I'm going to hinge my decision on, or decide. That's the basis I'm going to make the decision on, is do I want to not piss off Alice, or do I really want to go with Clover? You know what? We've been doing a sympathetic thing to Alice, and I feel like going along with this might be the best choice to kind of reestablish trust with Alice, considering the shit that's going on. So we're gonna go with this. I think it means that I have to go with Betray against Phi, because she's gonna pick Betray. But yeah, we're gonna go with this. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't have any problems with it.
There were no objections.
Then we're all set. Let's go, everybody.
10 seconds remain. 9, 8,
Oh, here we go again.
7.
But yeah, I can't remember if I've been with Phi and Luna in a previous route. Like, I wonder if that's obvious from the flow. No, it doesn't really tell you, does it? It just tells you which door you chose. It doesn't tell you who you went in with. I guess technically I could just take a peek and see who I was in the rooms with, but like this one was Oh, no, we have been with Fi and Luna, because, the Luna route, where we trusted Luna twice, I think was this one? Where we went all the way to the end. So we have been with Fi and Luna. I think it was when we were paired with Fi, and we picked Luna as the solo, if I remember correctly. So, yeah. Oh well. See if something's different here, because we are with them in a different situation. Cakewalk and Alice headed for the green door, while Tenmyoji, Dio, and Clover ran toward the blue one. My feet slapped against the hard metal of the warehouse floor, and Luna, Fi, and I ran into the red chromatic door in the next stage of the notary game.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
So, this is the first time we've gone through the same colored door twice, so I'm curious if we're going to go through the same path here. Huh? Is this a dead end?
All 3 doors seem to be locked.
Yeah, looks like it.
Like, this was the path we went down with Dio and Clover in, like, the last run I did. Or the last, like, top to bottom run I did. I wonder what this thing is.
It looks like the thing next to the number 9 door.
It's got a lever. Try pulling it, Sigma.
Why should I...
It might be dangerous. Maybe it'll trigger an explosion. Or possibly it shocks you when you pull it. Who knows?
Right. And I have no choice. Did you really think I'd say that, you heartless monster? There's nothing on either side, is there?
What's that supposed to mean?
What is that supposed to mean? There's nothing on either side? Sorry for the confusion. I was talking about... Huh? What?
It's called dressing modestly. I'll have you know I'm a C-cup. Oh, heartless. There's nothing on either side. Like, saying she doesn't have a heart. And then he was... Okay. That's baffling. That is a baffling fucking dialogue decision. I don't know what the fuck to make of that. If you're a C cup, I'm packing 12 inches. Okay. Luna is just there like... I am intensely uncomfortable with this conversation. We continued in that vein for some time until... Yeah. Thank you, Luna. It's not the same way. What?
It sounded like you two might take a while, so I pulled the lever. Is that okay?
Only the one on the left opened.
The others are still shut tight.
Well, we should get going anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is gonna be a different room. It sure fucking is. What is this place?
It looks like some kind of control room.
I can see a huge machine of some sort on the other side of this window. Maybe a generator?
Right. Well, let's split up and look around.
We need cards with the moon on them for the next AB game, right?
Yeah. They're probably in this room somewhere.
Then let's get started.
Do I want to end it here? It has been like more than 4.5 hours. Because, like, I don't, like, the puzzle sections usually take me some time. Like, depending on how quickly I kind of, like, pick up what's going on. But of course, it would also be fun to, like, get to... What the fuck? Okay, we're moving away from that. It would be kind of fun to, like, at least get to the next novel stage and, like, leave it off there, but... Webcam there? Oh, I'm really torn. I don't know if I should keep going or not. No, like I don't want to stream for like 6 hours today. I've already streamed like a fair bit this week, so well, sorry, a fair bit this weekend, so it's also Sunday night, so I don't have as much time at night to do whatever as other days, but yeah, I think I'll leave it here then. That's a nice place to leave it off. Like, coming back to a puzzle room is usually like pretty, like, especially looking at it with fresh eyes too, because my brain is also just this game is like fighting to be fighting against being comprehended easily, and like I really enjoy that, but it's also very tiring to like kind of like think through all the possibilities and stuff like that. So yeah, that's where we're gonna leave it for today. Brand new week. Hopefully for real this time, fingers crossed, actually playing Strikers during the week. It's really not a good fit for a Friday night game, so I'm gonna do that then. Friday night, who knows? It might be more PoE, it might be 14. I'm getting to the point in PoE where I'm probably just gonna leave it to chipping it away every now and then, so that might have been the last we saw of it. I might do like one more just to kind of run down where I got with the build, but yeah. And then on the weekend, more of this. This game has proven to be an absolute joy to play. And as much as, like, I really do want to continue, but like I also have to like not stream sometimes as well, so yeah. But we'll have more of this next weekend, so that should be good. Yeah. Since we got some people, let's see who we can raid. Oh god, we could raid the guy I raided yesterday. So funny story about that. As it turned out, I think he tried to follow me after I raided him, and in trying to do so, basically 999 kind of crashed on him. It was really fucking unfortunate. So yeah, that kind of sucked. Hang on. I'm gonna look through the, Whoa, no, shut up. Oh, there's someone else that's streaming. Yeah, let's raid someone else this time. Hopefully they're still going. Oh god, they've been going for like 7 hours. Jesus. Alright, give me 2 seconds to just go through the ads and that. But yeah, so just to reiterate, Persona during the week, on Friday night, it's whatever the hell I feel like, basically. I think there's a weekend coming up where I need to take 1 day off from playing VLR. I can't remember which weekend it is. It's one of the next ones coming up, but I don't actually remember.
For success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Oh shit. This person is like real deep into 999, so we're gonna go raid them. Be warned, they are in a very like late part of the game. So yeah, spoilers if you haven't played the game yourself. I would highly recommend doing it again, but hopefully if you're still here, then yeah. Hopefully if you're still here, you at least wouldn't be spoiled by that. So yeah, let's just make sure this works. Yeah, that's the one. Cool. Yeah. So, we're gonna go raid this person. They're several hours deep into their stream at the moment. I don't know if they're gonna stop soon. It looks like they're heading towards an ending, so it could very well be, but I'm not gonna waste the opportunity to not push along, like, you know, a fair amount of viewers who are around here. So if that sounds good to you, hopefully you stick around for the raid. Otherwise, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time. And no spoilers. I know I keep saying that every time I raid someone who's playing 999, but